Hey Ash, how are you? How's everybody doing? You'll see exactly why I was confused about the outrage today from this individual. Not to be fucked with, she's good, but Brooke. Hey Karma, unaware of such a huge made up issue. Ash, is it not Bougie's fault no more? That's fair. Nikki is part of my argument tonight. No, I'm not arguing with Nikki, but I'm using Nikki as an example. Along with Bougie, along with Karma and Mittens and OG, and just so there's so many other people that will be brought up tonight as like an example of this type of behavior done to them. Ash, you're one. There's so many. And so many of you are here, and so many of you know me. And it's just, I find it weird that, let's just start with like Mittens. Every time somebody gets pissed off, they say, Mittens, Mittens. Say, I go after Ratina, Ratina throws Mittens under the bus. Go after Sunshine, Sunshine throws Mittens under the bus. Why are you doing that? Like, what is the point of that? So, hey SJ, how are you? Hey Mother Moon. When I see that happening, I could not imagine getting mad at somebody else and then saying, look what Mittens did. Excuse me? Like, Mittens had nothing to do with the situation. They do it to deflect. But what they don't understand is, like, Ratina. Me and Ratina were beefing. And Mittens knew that me and Ratina were beefing. Mittens came to me and said, hey, I'm good with Ratina. I was like, cool. I did not try to persuade Mittens to not be cool with Ratina. I don't believe in really doing that, because you might see that person from a different perspective. You might have a higher tolerance for like forgiveness. You might, I'm not one to judge it. But what I did know from that situation is that I respected Mittens' ability to make the best choices for herself, and I like Mittens. So I wasn't going to try to put any kind of like doubt or anything like that in their friendship, because I hope it works. Even though I don't like Ratina, I respect Mittens enough to hope Mittens finds other friendships that work for her. Instead, Ratina showed that she was just using anybody she could. And it hurts people in many ways. Well, first you take Mittens and you use Mittens, which is fucked up. But then you try to demonize Mittens in front of the whole, whoever's watching you. Why? Then you take Nikki, who does what she feels is right. But people point at Nikki and being like, oh, she's a problem. Why? I was going after Petty. Nikki was Petty's mod. I never went after Nikki. I had no reason to. Nikki held lives about me. Not that many. But she held lives to tell people that I was a piece of shit. And I watched them and I'm like, Yeah, she's right. And I decided not to respond with anger because she was correct in her assumption that I was a piece of shit. Why am I going to attack people for having an opinion, and that just so really happens to be like logically correct? They didn't lie. They didn't try to exaggerate anything. They didn't try to make anything up. They stuck to facts. And factually, I was a piece of shit. So I can't like go live and be like, "Oh no, guys, stop talking about me." I accept it. Let them get it out. Let them express themselves, and let's see if we can work on it later. And we happened to work on it later, and it turned out great. Another example is Muffin Man. Muffin Man was not a fan of some of the shit I said, and just because she told me to go fuck myself, I chose to accept that she can feel how she wants about what I say. She has a right to, and I didn't go to war with Muffin Man. We just wasn't fans of each other because of stuff I said. That doesn't mean that you can't go back later and try to have a conversation, which happened. It's a great example of give it time. Go have a conversation later. It doesn't have to be resolved now. It took a year for Muffin Man and I to have a conversation because you got to allow people to exist. And if they don't want you to exist with them, don't try to force them. Now Muffin Man and I are good. No issues at all. Then you have people like Brooke, who I have no issue with. Still no issue with. I'll find it weird, but there's no truth or validity to her claims. And this right here was yesterday, September 21st. I was sent a text message that said, Brooke has 5 of your lives posted, and a screenshot of them. And I'm just thinking, sometimes I'm a bit of an asshole, and I will copyright claim videos of me that I see on YouTube. And I may not know who they are. I thought she was just letting me know that, hey, this account is Brooke's. And for me, I have a bit of a idea that I'm not greedy. If I go live and one of my friends want to do a YouTube account and they want to put lives up and stuff, they're more than welcome to use any lives that I have as content to kind of get their stuff going. If they make money off of it, good for them. I don't want any of it. And my response was, Brooke can always post, monetize, and is free to keep any money from my stuff. I haven't talked to Brooke in a while. I haven't talked to many people in a while. But Brooke had claimed that we have no DMs. Earlier in Nikki's live, I disproved that claim fairly quickly with actual DMs. I can see what caused Brooke to have that reaction. And it was because I made peace with Mallory. That is a sentence that honestly nobody on TikTok ever thought would ever be said. And also anybody's welcome to a box too if they have any questions or they want to bring up a topic like about the behavior of these people on TikTok. Anybody's welcome. But nobody ever thought that I would make peace with Mallory. I'm not even me. But if you...
Hey, Mikey Poo.
Nobody is allowed to have a box. I don't mean nobody's.
Hey, Mike. Did you...
So, anybody can have a box. Not nobody. Not nobody's like Cassandra. Cassandra is somebody that I have put a very colorful individual. The things that she says doesn't sit well with me. I don't like it. I don't like her ideology. And I can exist without her trying to continue to respect my boundaries with Cassandra. But anyways, if Brooke wants to come up and have a conversation, I'll have a conversation with her. Let's see because I want to see where her thought, understanding one another is key. Mallory, yeah. Back to the Mallory thing. It feels good to do that because I was wrong, and it feels good to say that I was wrong about that because it was such a long conflict with no resolution. But the resolution sometimes is when you look at your behavior and you look at yourself, you see what you did, you see where it really started, then you go from there. Then you'll see that, hey, what if I'm the one that caused her to react, and then I used her reaction to fuel, and I kept using it to fuel, and then eventually I just got into the mindset where this is normal. I'm going to bully this person. I'm going to make content about them. I'm going to make people laugh about them, at them. And then you realize you're kind of a piece of shit for that. Like, it's just weird. And when people look at me and they say, well, fuck you for being okay with Mallory, that's maybe you should have a conversation with her. Or, oh yeah, who's Savage Haunting? No, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate that. And it does feel good. It does feel good to do that. It should feel good for everybody. The fact that I can openly say, hey, it was my fault for the Mallory shit. It was my fault. I provoked it, and I continued it. I was probably made her feel pretty bad. And that goes for anybody. Anybody should be okay with being like, yeah, that's wrong, and walking away. Like Cassandra. She did plenty. I gave Cassandra opportunity after opportunity. You ought to see the messages between us. I'm very encouraging to Cassandra to be an individual and to be herself. And it's okay, not everybody's got to like it, but whatever is in her mind where she just like latched on to the idea that she thinks that she's allowed to follow me around and allowed to just continuously harass, I don't know. There are reactions to actions, and I'm choosing not to react. Even though you can do things to that. It's like correctional, let's correct your behavior. Let's correct your behavior. Let's see. If you touch the stove, you get burnt. How many times do you want to get burnt? But then we fall into the stuff that we've all been doing. And then you just develop this hate for people. And it's not worth it. So the whole like sensationalizing, like needing a villain, like Bougie gets pointed at as a villain, Mittens gets pointed at as a villain, OG gets pointed at, I get pointed at, Mallory gets pointed at. There's so many people out there that just look at somebody and say, yep, that's the cause of all my negativity in my life. And they've never had a single conversation with them. Kind of peace or resolution between her group, Fab Five, and OG. That conversation went good, to where it's just like, look, you have to hear out OG. You got to know where you were wrong, and it was what it was. And then me and Queenie just bullshitted on the phone for like an hour and a half, just joking and talking shit. And then all of a sudden, Queenie goes live and was like, fuck Florida Man. Why? Because I didn't like try to keep drama going. Amanda is live. I heard that Queenie was talking shit about Mittens, and I went in there and said, hey, I want there to be a conversation. And you know what? I thought, all right, instead of telling Queenie to immediately fuck off and get aggressive, let me respect Rem and let me respect everybody and just try to help it go the right way. It didn't. And I think Queenie owes Rem an apology. Now, Rem may not accept it, but just because the person doesn't accept it doesn't mean that they're not owed that respect of an apology. Because Rem put herself out there for a person that's universally disliked without any shame at all. And that takes a lot, and that shows how big of a person Rem is, and it shows how much respect Rem has for herself to want to make that change, to bring some kind of resolution to all this weird stuff that people are just sensationalizing and making this big deal out of stuff that they make up. When I say over in Amanda's live, when I say I called Queenie's family because she threatened to put my kids up and do all type of weird shit, I've got all the audio of her threats, and I've got all the audio of my reaction. Don't threaten to do something that you would not want done to you. And some of us out here will 100% go live, call your family, and if the conversation just spirals into fucking chaos, and where, you know, like Queenie was absolutely like destroyed, that wasn't like my full intent. But what did I expect? Got to roll with it. Exactly. Where's it's okay to not like people. It's totally fine. But what's not okay is to run around and yell and scream and cry about weird shit that didn't happen just to try to get other people to hate that person. Just to try to get other people to hate that person. Because guess what? When you get somebody to hate you, like say I'm rallying all of you against Courageous with Cam. There we go. I'm telling everybody all this weird stuff that didn't happen, saying, yeah, hate this person with me. Well, when those people actually do one day have a conversation with Courageous with Cam, they're gonna realize that I made shit up about them. And they're gonna realize that, oh shit, my bad. Then they're gonna feel bad that they believed somebody and didn't go and take a step back. Hear the claims, for sure. But take a step back and go have a conversation with the other side. Because I can tell you, not many people have reached out before they started hating. Not every situation is not my fault. I accept responsibility for situations that I feel are my fault. There are situations that are my fault. But those people, we like each other because we respect each other. Because we're able to see, like, I'm not trying to blame them for everything. And they're not trying to blame me for everything. We have to take the responsibility that we have to take in the situation. But that goes to the situation of Brooke, who I have zero responsibility in how she feels right now. I can say that confidently because I have not talked to Brooke in months. Months. Like, there's so many people, there's so many good people, there's so many people that I enjoyed talking to, that still would enjoy talking to, that provide fun communication, long, in-depth conversation. And when I'm saying long, in-depth conversations, I mean we are writing fucking paragraph upon paragraph, like books, back and forth to each other, and I like that stuff. I just don't got it in me right now. Some kind of block, so I'm still figuring it out. But people that hate each other, they use that hate to be like, yep, I'm going to use it to keep being negative, keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. And then they feel like a conversation can never happen. So, what I would suggest to really everybody is understand that you know if you've had a conversation with this person. If you've not had a conversation with that person, understand it's for your attention. That this person wants to be accepted by whatever group, by whatever person. But at the cost of what? Being genuinely accepted by people who don't judge you for your actions. Now, since I haven't talked to Brooke in months and months and months, the fact that I was able to still say that she can post, monetize, and is free to keep any money from my stuff about somebody that I haven't talked about for months means that I'm able to do something that's kind of like pausing, like what I think about people. Like it's frozen where it's at, and I don't think any negative about them the whole time. I don't think her to come on in and have a talk, because this isn't about like me bashing her. It's about understanding the steps that she took to get to that conclusion and to do whatever she did today. I don't know. Hey, Amby. Hey, Breezy. Right? Right, Ash. It can be very confusing. And like Ash, you were closer to Brooke than I was, and there was other people that were closer to Brooke than I was, but I seen that. I seen that like I was good with Ash. I respect Ash. I respect Ash. And I trust Ash to not involve me in anything that I wouldn't want to be involved in. And that respect is appreciated by her respecting my boundaries. I don't have to be involved in anything I don't want to be. Nobody tries to get a hold of me and say, hey, fight my battles. Nobody does that. Everybody knows that anybody who has done that, I will purposefully not involve myself because I'm not anybody's weapon. Breezy is a good example of that. When Kendra went off on the deep end and started talking shit about Breezy because Kendra was mad at Snark, I didn't know Breezy. Breezy was very standoffish to me. She had no interest in anything to do with me, and I respected that. But I seen that it was wrong, that she was being attacked for sitting with somebody, and I said something about it. And now we're good. The intention wasn't to get good with anybody, but the intention was to be like, hey, settle the fuck down. Keep your issues with people between who they're to and factual. Don't try to rally an army and try to attack everybody around everybody. You're fucking gross. Has anybody ever been in a situation where you're sitting with somebody and you have to think, man, I don't want to be attacked by people just for sitting here. It's kind of dumb. Right, Bruiser. If you've been in that situation, it's not the person you're sitting with's fault. It is the people that are obsessively trying to make that person not exist. And I have over 100 people that just don't want my ass to exist. And it's okay. They'll get over it one day, or they won't. I won't pay attention to notice. You're right, Mama Ash. It is why people won't talk in lives. A lot of people don't talk in lives because they feel like, oh, I can't have an opinion. You can, 100% of the way. I would like to use Snark as an example. Snark and I are when we first started beefing, okay, and it's a great example. I think it was supposed to be a conversation between us, like a debate, and started, something happened. But while we started, Victoria was in the box. And I assured Victoria that, hey, this isn't between me and you. Nothing. I'm never going to attack you for sitting and snark. Nothing. If it goes bad, it goes bad. But I have no hard feelings against you. We start, it goes bad. And in my mind, I'm like, it goes bad because it's their fault. And then it escalated. I'm in Dora's live, making fun, talking shit, all that. Snark's in her live, talking shit. And in my mind, this is how it goes. This is what's supposed to happen. And I kept saying, well, all I want to do is talk Snark. And I said it in such a cocky, demeaning way. No wonder she didn't want to talk to me because I was being a dick. But then one day, we talked. And we didn't talk because we had a common enemy. It wasn't a conversation that was like, well, yeah, I don't like this person and you don't like this person. Let's team up. It was not that. It was days. And I mean days. And I mean days of 5, 10, 12-minute voice clips back and forth to each other. Just addressing what we had thought, why we thought it was wrong. And you know what? It was kind of my fault. Because I wasn't understanding of the fact that I could possibly say something. Instead of stopping and messaging privately, being like, hey, I noticed, and what I feel is an unreasonable response, what happened? And accepting and hearing and all that. No, I chose to go talk shit and go make fun. Not right. The whole time. No malicious plotting, no, whatever people think, like me and Mallory are talking about, like, I can imagine, like, they're stewing over it. They're like, I wonder what Florida Man and Mallory are talking about. They're probably plotting. No, not at all. Like, not at all. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think today is Mallory's birthday, so I would like to wish Mallory a happy birthday. She'll get the clip. So will Justice for All, so will Twinkles, so will Voices, and they're going to make fun of it. They're like, oh, look, he's wishing her a happy birthday. Yeah, I hope she did have a happy birthday. Yeah, I hope she did have a happy birthday. I hope she had fun. I hope she, I hope she did not let anybody ruin it like they want to. I know she didn't because, she's better than that. See, other people are saying happy birthday to Mallory. It's good to be nice to people. It's good to be respectful of people. Will me and Mallory disagree? Absolutely. But I have faith that we will be able to disagree and respect one another's opinions. Actually, we've disagreed a few times in conversation. It didn't blow up. And I say it to a lot of people. I say it to everybody, really. I let Mallory know that it's totally okay to screenshot all of my chats. All of them. And everybody gets this because I'm a man and they're a woman. If there's anything in my chats with them that makes them feel any kind of uncomfortable, they're free to have other people look at it. Maybe get it from a different perception. If they feel like they want to put it on the internet, that's fine. I own everything I say privately. That's why I'm coming up with text messages and me being a dick. Because I'm not saying they don't exist, but I am saying that they don't exist in the public for a reason. And that reason is I'm nice to people behind the scenes. I respect people. I try to make sure everybody feels like they have full say in how the conversation goes. They feel heard, all of it. But I do too. And it comes naturally to people who respect people. If you're full of negativity and you're listening to this outside of here because you're you just like want to listen to other people, go look at your conversations with other people. Don't leave them. Just go back, read them, and see how negative you are. Read them like you're somebody else reading them. Remove yourself from the situation. Right, Jenna? Remove it being you and pretend that you are not even in this situation. You're a third party on TikTok reading this. How would you respond to your words? Probably not too good. Right, Mush? I've never seen you not be polite to anybody. I mean, other than people that, we're all a little shit talker. We all got that shit talking in us a little bit, but we have to be provoked. I've only seen Mush talk shit about people who's fucking with his friends. But I've also seen Mush live just bullshit. Oh yeah, it ain't no problem. It's just all the negativity going around and all the people wanting to fight, argue, and lie on everybody. And they can lie on me, that's okay. I've come to terms with, if I am the villain in their story, well, they're entitled to that. If people want to lie and spread rumors and all that because it makes them feel better, like it takes, they want to say some shit about me that isn't true, that makes them feel better about some shit that they did in their life, go for it. Because responding never solves it. And I mean, as we see, like, I've been very nice. I've not trashed Brooke at all. I have invited Brooke to a box that's still open for anybody to take a box, including Brooke, to have a respectful conversation. And to be heard. I'm willing to hear Brooke out, and not interrupt her. Let her finish her thoughts. Try to understand. And if I don't understand, I'll have a few questions. I'll give my thoughts on it and my opinions on it. And the conversation goes back and forth without the thought of somebody winning it. Because once you start a conversation, you've already won. Because you were willing to do it and learn and have an open mind. The end goal for Free-Spirited is, and this is just speculation, maybe they're just stuck in the cycle. It's so easy to be negative, and it's so easy to get negativity fed back to you. It's easy to look at a situation in a negative light and then continue to just dig yourself deeper and deeper and deeper. And it's okay that people do that. It is. But sometimes it's hard for them to realize that they're doing it, and then they feel kind of like ashamed for doing it, so that just brings the negativity even more, and they continue to do it. And hopefully one day they see that there's nothing to be ashamed of for being wrong. There's nothing to be ashamed of for seeing that your behavior was not good. But if you try to work on it and you try to look at the positives, stuff does get a lot better. Yes, I 100% asked Ash for permission before I did this. I appreciate that, Catherine. And that, Catherine of Aragon, that's a great example of asking for permission and just making sure that, hey, that's my friend. Does she know you're showing the messages? It's a respectable thing to ask and get that answer because some people, I mean, they'll just leak everything from everybody. Yeah, it's good to check. It is. Because I can make a mistake and think, Ash won't mind, but honestly, it can fuck with people. Like if he's willing to do that and not ask me, he's willing to put anything up. Yes, always ask. It shows like malicious intent if you're not asking. And this is like just like if you want to make a point, if you have chats with a friend and you want to make a point, you don't need to put the whole chat up. Cut relevant part and ask if you can put it up there and use it as a point. If the answer is no, you can still make your point because that friend will probably take a box with you and be like, yeah, I just didn't want my chat shown. But Brooke should be able to, if she can take a box and like fake cry and spill whatever, I don't even know what else she said. I know none of it was true. I'll give my backstory with Brooke while we're waiting for her to. Yeah, I didn't either. That's why I responded to Ash the way I did, Catherine. It was, I didn't know she had it. I thought Ash was just letting me know that, hey, Brooke's posting your videos. I have no issue with that because I genuinely had no issue with Brooke. I'm doing what she told everyone. My history with Brooke is she knew people that I know, and people that I know don't have bad taste in people. I have not, Catherine. I have not watched any of them. I've been purposefully not like consuming negative and hateful content, like lives, like none, and they're boring to me. But Brooke knew people that I knew, and I like those people, so they don't have bad taste in people. So just another person is good, and she got common courtesy and respect from the get go. She expressed her problems with like Mallory. To be fair, the way she framed it was not exactly true, but I believed her. And a big part of me believing her was the negative stigma towards Mallory. My negative thought of Mallory. Mallory was already tagged as a negative person in my mind. And since Mallory was already tagged as a negative person in my mind, anytime anybody would like come with an issue, it was automatically like, yeah, no conversation, that's Mallory's fault. And that is where I kind of failed, honestly. Because thinking back on it, Mallory was one of the only people, actually, who would still let me in her box, even though every single time I was a dick. 100% of the time. And it just became entertainment for other people. I would get people laughing, and I would see that as that's the right thing. I would see that as that's the right thing to do, and it wasn't. But she told me that, and when I addressed it, Mallory said, well, it was Rissa that took the screenshot, and, after we found out, we didn't say anything else about it. Would be a fair response. Except the negative stigma towards Mallory and me saying, you still did it. So that's me not accepting and being open-minded, not even hearing what she had to say or absorbing. And that's where I think the problem with Brooke goes to. I made good with Mallory. Now I'm off of Team Hate Mallory. So she has nothing to, I guess, like bond with people over. And that's not the case at all. I didn't like Brooke because she didn't like Mallory. I don't base my like opinions on people based off of who they like and who they don't. I liked Brooke because, well, she was funny. She made claw machine videos. I enjoyed that kind of content. She made funny videos. I enjoyed that kind of content. It had nothing to do with a like or dislike of Mallory. And hey, Nicole. That's why I feel like she should be more than able to take a box and then explain her side. So maybe we can all understand without any hate to her or anything. Like, she ain't gonna take a box. I'm gonna yell at her. Maybe it'll shed some light on why she makes other people feel this way. Because of Rem tonight, as an example, I was willing to have a conversation with Queenie. And I did say what I said about calling our family and then that information being put out. She came back and clapped back, and Queenie made a mistake because she kept going and being loud when all I wanted to say was, I deserved that response. I said that about you. You had a right to come clap back at me. Now that that's out of the way, have a conversation. Would not do it. She didn't block me. Brooke had said she has no DMs with me. Which is untrue because I showed some earlier. And, they were just like casual DMs where then you could see the negativity towards Mallory was back and forth, and that Mallory was back and forth, and that's how it perpetuates into a bigger problem than it should be when you've got nobody there to kind of like break that and shed some positivity on it. What started it with me and Mallory was me becoming cool with Joyce and Riri and some of her mods. I'll never forget, and I find it so funny that, right, Nicole, Brooke is somebody who was like not super loud, but she was all right. She wasn't like out there in front doing the most. She was just somebody that we all knew and we just talked to. But she went live today all emotional, being like, fuck Florida man, I'm so afraid of him, or whatever she said, whatever the rhetoric was. I don't mind it. She can take a box and have a conversation. I would actually prefer it if she did. It would be eye-opening to a lot of people, and myself. But maybe people could start doing this. If you don't like somebody, try to associate with somebody who likes them. And don't judge them for liking them. I started to associate with Riri when she was like, fuck you, Florida man. Motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. And I'm at the window. I was just scrolling by on TikTok and this shit was there. And I'm like, that is hilarious. And I just kept going. So, because what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to go in and yell at her and be like, I wasn't even in here, but now I am. No, let her do her thing. But got to know Joyce. Joyce is nice. And then it was like, I started noticing that Joyce solely for her association with Mallory, not because of who she was. And then I started saying, well, Mallory is allowed to have people to talk to. And then it was like, I started to see the unfairness of the whole situation and what everybody was doing until eventually I was like, fuck it. I get it now. It takes a while to learn. And it takes a while to see that you might be in the wrong. But it feels good to be in the wrong. Not being wrong, but the correction. The thought of being like, okay, now I'm on the correct path. I'm not being addicted to somebody for no reason. I didn't get good with Valerie because we're going to go attack people. You haven't seen either one of us attack people together. If we ever do, well, I guess that is going to be a sight to see. But there's no plan. We're not talking saying, yeah, let's get this person. No. It's just chit chat back and forth. I'll throw out a theory. She'll respond with what she thinks. And it's just positive communication. Everybody needs it. But if Brooke doesn't take a box after like this revelation of a message I got yesterday, which shows you how much I pay attention to the drama. I don't even know if there was drama yesterday. I did not think it was the same Brooke. I got a text message from someone else. And I'm like, yeah, Brooke's good. I ain't got nothing against her. And then I looked at the screenshot and I looked at the comments. I'm like, those are all people that stalk and hate me. And I don't say the term stalk and hate loosely. Like, these people genuinely stalk me. Like, genuinely. If one day, maybe, should I? Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I'll show a screenshot a little bit later of the actual, like, of an example of the stalking. The live might end. I'm going to go get that screenshot. But if it ends, I'm going to go live again because my camera might fuck up. And I'll have that example of, like, the actual, like, just a piece of it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, you're associated with that. Okay? Like, and there's a danger that not a lot of people talk about. And what they do is they can radicalize some insane people. They can make some people think, hey, I'm going to go take care of this person. And you know what? You never know. And there are some people that are like, well, no, that never happens. You know, that would people would talk about it if it did. But this is an example of a text message I got of someone looking for me at the gas station down the block from where I lived. I never spoke about it. I never brought it to light. This was like 8 months ago. The behavior that these people were showing push people who might not all be mentally there to do weird stuff like this. And I have a video of me in this exact gas station. I let one person know, just in case anything fucked up did happen, that, yeah, like, hey, if something fucked up happens, like, here's this shit. Because I trusted that person to be able to do the right thing. No, that's not me. That's the gas station clerk. But I would always say, back then, I'm going to the gas station. Gas station's like a block away. Well, it looks like people figured out where the gas station was, and why I don't fucking know. Did they want to? Are they going off at what all the weird fucking rumors that people are going on about? I don't know. But it seems awfully cool shit. And then this isn't the only example. I have several hundred actually. I'm going to put them all out. And maybe once people start seeing the threats, once people start seeing stuff like this, will they continue to be this way? Will they continue to lie? Will they continue to push whatever narrative they want at the cost of what? Radicalizing people on the internet to go harm other people on the internet that they just don't like? It's an example that shows all the yelling, all the screaming, all that, no matter what I have going on in my personal life, please do believe that there is a list of people's real information with proper authorities that if anything does happen to me, they will be looked at. Because this has gone on a lot. Yeah, right? That's what they're doing. This has been going on a lot. And it's not like anything's really calmed down about it. And people even like super close to me don't even really know the full scale. So do know that when you point to somebody and say they're a villain and you want to lie and make everything seem so much bigger, that I might be collecting information that we will all go away together. So it's probably a good idea for people like Cassandra and people like, anybody, whether I'm allowed to legally say anything about them or not, it's probably a good idea to stop following me around and stop fucking lying about me. But back to Brooke. Last night was weird too, because Enabler Disabler. We all kind of know her. I know her. I liked her. I didn't have any issue with her. That's why when she invited me to her live and her box, I was skeptical, but I still felt like I owed her the respect of having that conversation because I thought it was going to be productive. But productive in what way? My reasonings for walking away from her peacefully. Maybe she wanted to know that. I'd be more than willing to tell her. I would be more for me to become okay with her again, because that's not off the table either. Well, she wanted to turn it into Stephanie, the racist stuff. And look, Enabler Disabler was not even near this side of TikTok when Stephanie was first doing the shit. So she knows nothing about it. The fact that she was defending them and being like, oh yeah, we'll have a discussion, calm conversation, I'll turn the comments off, no mods, no mute, no nothing like that. That turned into nitpicking and everybody talking shit, and then the whole stalking group of people that I wasn't aware that she was good with. kind of turn into that. So I let her know that she can pay the people that she owes money to back, and I let her know that, I'm fully aware that she used a fake pregnancy and a fake miscarriage to pity people out of money. I knew this. I chose to walk away from her because my friends respect me. I was not obligated to fight their battles, and they respected that. And I appreciated that they allowed me to just take a hard situation, because I was friends with Enabler Disabler too. But they allowed me to make my choice, and they didn't judge me for it. No, because I have proof it is Stephanie. So proof couldn't possibly exist that it's not. Stephanie is Tennessee Whiskey 23. That's what they were going to get at. Be like, but on the TikTok it says Tennessee Whiskey 23. Yes, it does. That is Stephanie. Yes, I have sent her a message after last night, letting her know that I was more than willing to. I kind of put it on pause until she could begin to fix things with the people that she hurt, and then it was up to the people that she hurt to kind of, start to heal and get better, and then maybe I could, talk to her and be that way again. But until she fixed it with everybody that she fucked over, there was no chance that I was going to be okay with it. But I removed myself from the situation. I was still good with the people that she hurt, because those are good people. Everybody accepted her, even though some of us didn't want to. I was one that didn't want to. For sure. I did not want to accept her. I was skeptical of her, and I had a conversation with somebody, and this person is probably the most intelligent person I think I ever spoke to. And they were skeptical as well, but that conversation didn't spiral into negativity. We started talking about some of the positives, and not about us for other people. This isn't for us, for other people. We owe people a chance and all that. And I listened, and I added my 2 cents, but I mainly listened, and I gave her a chance. We all gave her a chance, and it was good. Oh, no, I can't do that. Enabler Disabler, I will never. Enabler Disabler, I will never. After that last night, after giving her grace and not speaking up for the people that I really respect and enjoy, that she fucked over, after what she did last night for me, because what she did was just stupid. I wanted to hear it, and I wanted to know. I sent her a very nice message. I thanked her for what she did do for me, because that during that whole Skittles situation, that shit was rough, and she was there for that, and I appreciate that. Just because I may not ever want to speak to her again, she should know that she did have a positive impact on me in certain circumstances, and that should not be forgotten, even though we are no longer going to ever associate again. So she gets credit for the stuff that she did positive. It ain't all negative. You always have to throw some positivity in there to remind people that they can be better. Just they lost that opportunity to be better with me. And if she leaks it, she leaks it. I don't care. I don't care if anybody leaks any of my messages, because I stand by what I say. Right, Bird? I think why it was so harsh was to see Enabler and Cassandra together in a box. Cassandra is the one that told Enabler that she deserved to be beat again, or deserved to go through TV again. And I stood so firmly against that, because it's wrong, and because Enabler was my friend. So there was many circumstances that I would go against Cassandra for her words towards Enabler. Proudly. Not forced. Not encouraged. Nothing. I would, because it's wrong to say that about people. But also, she was my friend, so I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna stand up and say some shit. Right, Breezy? I could have left at any point in time. But she relied on me being like I was before. Oh, he left. He's a bitch. I don't care, because that's how you communicate with Cassandra. You turn your speaker down. It just goes and goes and goes. But seeing everybody flip to people that they once hated, and once, like, Enabler once tried to rally like a whole server of people against Cassandra. The whole server of people, nobody really bid. Everybody kind of just like was peaceful about it, but the attempt was still there. And I just thought she was emotional about, like, hey, getting that said about her TV. I get it. Many people spoke up for her about it, and then to see them fine is a good thing for them. I'll give them that. Resolution and peace. But in my mind, experiencing her on the phone with many people, the emotion that she showed over it, what she said, all that, it just seemed a little fake. It's good for, like, public showing. I know, Breezy. But again, when she asked for the conversation, I was skeptical, and I said, well, what's the topic? And then she couldn't answer. And I said, well, you know what? Yeah, whatever. I'll do that. And I knew it was fuck shit, but I felt I respected her enough to be a good person, because maybe they start the whole contact the people you fucked over, have a conversation, make a plan. Instead, it turned into her defending Stephanie. And if we all know who Stephanie is. But that's on her. The hate bond is weird. We see people do it all the time. Some of us are just like a magnet for it. Me, Mittens, OG, Nikki, Ash, a lot of us. But if you pay attention, what big public falling outs do any of us really have? Because we were all like shit people. Wouldn't it be like daily new people? It's always the same people. Always the same people making noise. And if it is anybody new, like Brooke, their claims are invalidated immediately. Like, she doesn't even have enough proof to say I was ever anything but nice to her. I was never anything but nice to her, as I am with a lot of people. I may not be super social right now. I will get back to that though. I'm probably going to end up just saying fuck it and making a fucking Discord, just sending everybody up, and just being like, I don't give a fuck if you guys like each other or not, but this might be how I have to communicate, just by like being able to pop in and just say hi and taking it from there. Take steps. It's about that time of the live where I have to say that the boxes are still open and Brooke is still more than welcome to one. Because there ain't no hate. Or really, like, I don't take offense to it. But the people want to know. Like, the thought process behind it. It's because, like, really, if it was just for show, if it was just for attention, I would accept that. If it was just to impress somebody else, you're getting good with someone else, I would accept that. I'm not going to, like, hate on it, because if that's your reasoning, I get it. I'm not trying to take your reason away from you and argue about how it's wrong or not. I would accept it. And I think one of the funniest parts is that my boxes are still open to Smash Malibu too, so they can, you know, have a chat about newly revealed information. Oh yeah, I did get text today too. That said, "What is this?" And it was the fake text message that Smash lady to be like when she said, "I made that just to show people how easy it was to make fake text." She posted it in a way that was like "oops" with eyes and tried to pass it off as real, and then she would use that, "Oh, but I said I made it just to show how easy it was," as an excuse. But people see that as misleading because you posted it in a way that you framed it as real while saying something in the moment to give you an excuse later to argue it. She did say that she made it just to show people. I made it just to show people how easy it was to make a fake receipt. But she didn't think that I would know the concept of people are going to believe it because you're not putting the context with it that you made it that is actually fake. And then you write in that weird shit that you did, that you claim I said. It doesn't work that way, Smash. What you did was you spread misinformation purposefully. Making a receipt to show people how easy it is to make a receipt takes away 100% of any percent of any credibility that you might have when it comes to showing receipts. And notice how fast she knew how to make it. That I gave a fuck about. I still do. It was a map. It was in a conversation. And instead of putting the actual map coordinates where them and their children were, I put another Google Map image randomly to keep them and their children, that little pinpoint location, off of that receipt. And even when I did that, people tried to claim that, "Oh, I made a fake receipt." No. I modified it in a way where I didn't have to black out the picture. This is what the picture was, but I'm not going to show this woman's location. There are justifications behind it when it's like that, when you're trying to protect somebody's location who has children. Don't want to do that. But to make a full-on conversation and make it look like I said some shit is wild. Especially when you say that you made it on the live. And then post it in a way where it looks legitimate. Let me go grab it. I'll show you the post that she did. This is her post with the oof at the bottom. People reposting it. There's no description saying Smashley made this to show people how easy it was to make a fake receipt. She made this to make it look like I was trying to set Malibu up as a way to get back at Smashley. And released it in that context. That her and Malibu have everything to do with the Muffin Man's Kids account. That they won't take a box. they, they echo chamber it up and spread false shit like this. Shady. Shady. It is. Right, Harley. There's tons of errors to it, but if this is the narrative that people want to believe, this is like, it got reposted twice. There's nothing in this post from this screenshot that would tell you that Smashley said in her live that she made it to show how easy it was to make a fake receipt, which I've never heard of anybody using that defense. Let me make a fake receipt and say, all this weird shit just to show people how easy it is to make a fake receipt. I'm sorry to tell Smashley that people have more integrity than to want to frame you or to want to get you back. Nobody wants to get Smashley back for anything, because Smashley really doesn't do anything horrible to me. It's just that she knew I knew, and she flipped. It's what people do. They get uncomfortable and go on about their way. Why do you hate people today, Rim? Now with me saying, come take a box, have a conversation. What does she do? Oh, she streams and says, fuck that. All red flags. Right, Rim. When I invited Smashley and Malibu to come have a conversation, I meant it, and still welcome. Will they come? I hope. You gotta be positive. You can't be like, no, they're never gonna come. I hope they do come, because they're very open. I'm willing to have a respectful I'm willing to have a respectful conversation with them, because I have questions about a few things. Not many people might see the Muffin Man's kids' pictures as a big deal. I do. We don't have super in-depth conversations. We don't have, I'll be honest with you. The only reason I know more about her because of other people than I would ever know about her through conversations that we've had. But also, she's been fucking attacked with this shit for years and years and years, and people deserve some closure. It's not an issue that solving it will solve a problem for the public. It's an issue that will help an individual begin the process of getting past this situation. People like Stephanie, Malibu, Smashley, they keep pushing the situation. I will not sway from that. They will never take a box with me, because they know that the second they lie, I will show receipts to show otherwise. That is the reason why. I hope they do take a box with me, and I hope they're completely honest, and I don't have to do that. But that's why they won't do it. Right, free spirit. I mean, it's valid to like animals more than people. I like people. I like to think that people can change. Because, let's be real. Say it comes out, Malibu was behind the accounts with Stephanie. Okay. Everybody's opinion about Malibu is going to be validated, because we all thought something a little off about her. Not saying that mentally, but just the vibe, just the attitude, just the idea, just the, just the weird negativity towards certain people. It's weird, something about her that just that's off-putting. And it could be the fact that she's able to be so malicious behind the scenes, but try to present herself so innocently in the public. Could be that. It's that with a lot of people. Okay, she can. The Queen E is like, she's gonna do whatever she thinks she can to feel better about the fact that she said she was going to post my kids and do a bunch of other weird shit. And I called her sister, and her sister put it all out there. That's Queenie trying to perpetuate the drama, trying to get a response out of me. And I've already feel like, hey, we've had enough responses. If she's not willing to have a conversation and she just wants to nitpick the drama and keep it going, that is her. Well, that's also something we got to look at too. When they attack people for sitting somewhere, that's guilty behavior. I had a small issue with Miss Sue that I realized quickly that it was wrong for me to jump to that conclusion. And it is what it is. Like, Miss Sue is allowed to exist and have her opinions and sit wherever she likes. It's on anybody else to realize that. Because Miss Sue's never been nothing but nice to me. I've attempted to be nothing but nice to her. I did have that one issue with her. I did apologize, but it's also up to her to accept it too. I can't force her to accept it. I'm sure she's a very nice lady. I know her. I'm sure she looked at it and was like, okay, because that's just how she is. I've seen her accept apologies from people that me personally, I wouldn't have accepted, but she was bigger than me and she accepted it. Yeah, Queenie is, I was honest about her and Amanda's live. When me and Queenie were good, I enjoyed Queenie. Like, she can be funny when she's not being malicious and angry. But it's also not always about conflict. People can joke and have fun. Me and Queenie had a conversation, a one, off the app on the phone, and it was with Rhonda from Fab Five about all the fuck shit they did to OG. And I go into that situation I just want peace, But then there's OG who has to be validated in how she feels about the situation, and the fact that I wasn't going to. I think honestly, when I told him that forgiveness isn't my choice, that OG has a right to be mad because what happened was awful. But you got to talk to OG and you got to accept her response. If she's pissed off about this, you have to be like, yeah, it was some fuck shit. You have a right to be mad. If OG wants to be mad, talk about it. You can't get mad to try to silence her. You got to let her talk about it. The fact that I wasn't going to push OG to accept any kind of apology, that might have been why Queenie flipped randomly and all of a sudden after that phone call. I'll push OG to have the conversation, and I'll be there to make sure that OG is heard, but I'm not going to push OG to accept any kind of apology. That is up to her. If she never wants to accept an apology, that is totally valid. If she wants to accept it and say, stay away from me, that's also valid. Right. Queenie is she sees the numbers up top, and she sees when she rages and when she fights and when she argues that the numbers go up. But the reality of it is those people aren't engaging in any kind of quality way. It's people that already hate the people that she's going after, and she's getting this fake validation off the people being yeah, fuck them. There's 80 people here. Yeah, some of them are here just to record, just to nitpick, just to see if I say anything wild. But people are engaging, and it's healthy. Now with Bree, um, um, I did make that song about her. That was like Pastor Petty's Potbelly Pick Me. I did do that, and I felt a kind of way about it when I did it. I felt like, what did she really do to me? Is that me just attacking her because she sits with Pet? And I waved and I requested the box and I got blocked. And I accepted it. I didn't get mad at her for blocking me. To a box here, I have a conversation with her because I've never had one, and I can admit where I'm wrong for making that, and then how it can be seen. And then after I put it out, I really seen it, how it can be seen by myself. Like she was, and I admit that. But the conversation would have been nice for Bree because she would have been validated in the fact that I am perfectly fine admitting that it looks like what it looks like, probably because it is, and that I was wrong. But that's where we have to be willing to have conversations with each other. I get that idea about a lot of people that like hang out with Petty, like they're just trying to be him or do what he does. Partially feel bad because Petty doesn't develop like genuine friendships. He's probably really only got one, and that's Queen of all trades. But I don't even know about that after I seen like how Queen did other people who genuinely did nothing to them. But that is none of my business. That's just an observation. I don't know if she respected that. I say it all the time, but you would still think that like maybe Bree would have a conversation and be like, and take it from me directly. That shows that people aren't really ready for resolution when they're stuck in groups of people that just push for it all the time. When I was doing the whole like pushing drama and all that, I hung around the same people that I hang around now. And now that I'm not really pushing all the drama and shit, nobody's pushing me to do anything. They will fight unknown fights with everybody. And when Bree and Unknown fight, I'm gonna have to stick with what I know. That Unknown fucking just lies and lies and lies, and if she's willing to do it to anybody, she's willing to do it to everybody. Unknown is messy, but at the same time, me and Unknown were good at one point in time, and I enjoyed Unknown while we were good. It's just the reason that we're not good might be, it's not going to be shocking, but it might be kind of dumb. I got good with Bougie, and Unknown just couldn't take it. I don't know anything about Queenie and Mikey's situation. I know the last time I really even tried to talk to Mikey, I tried to warn him about Queenie, about the using and all that. And he was very adamant that Queenie was good to him. And I was happy for him that she was good to him. So if they're falling out now, honestly, I don't think it's an app issue. I think they should try to keep that shit like behind the scenes and like not let everybody know that like, hey, we're fighting. This is why. Ash, no, not at all. I've never been served. Queenie is a habitual liar as well. there's a good chance that Queenie is just her pride's hurt because she was outdone at her own game. I call him Mikey. I was good with Mikey too at one point. He would do some weird fuck shit. I want to be a dick to him. I would just be like, this is what it is. I tried to message him. I tried to kind of educate him on like a perspective to look at things when it comes to people who are asking for money on the internet. And he's like, I'm not a reader. I can't really read too well. So I'm not going to read that. And I'm like, okay. And I accepted that. I don't know what it is now. He's another one of the people that were just obsessively following me around, obsessively talking, and obsessively making things up. So I was just like, there's no answer or response that gets stopped because they're not willing to have like an intelligent conversation where both sides can be heard. Maybe one day though. Maybe one day when conversation between two people isn't looked at as a war crime. I think Amanda was doing a good thing. I think Rem did a great thing to try to like kickstart that, and I like that. That's why I like Rem and Amanda. I don't know Amanda, but I like Amanda. How can you not like somebody who's trying to bring peace? And Queenie set the example for just being too emotional about wanting to be right. Even though OG was done terribly wrong by Queenie. And to recap what the attempted conversation was, Queenie just jumped and assumed everything about OG, how she felt, and all that stuff. That's not what you do. Queenie speaks about what Queenie feels. Speaks about what OG feels. And you listen to each other and hear it out. You ain't got to believe them, but you got to understand them. My best advice to Queenie would just be to have a conversation. Queenie, you can come take a box over here. Have a proper conversation. Express how you feel. Get heard, and then listen, understand, back and forth, not talking over. Don't interrupt somebody mid-thought. Also, don't go on forever, but just like make a point. Listen to the response. Let them make a point. Respond. Don't question people's feelings. If you tell me that me telling you to go fuck yourself hurt your feelings, it's not proper for me to respond. But I tell other people to go fuck themselves and it doesn't hurt theirs. I have to accept that it hurts yours. Buddy. But they want resolution, but the resolution can only come when someone goes away. The resolution could come if Queenie would have a conversation. She could have a conversation with me right now. Because I'm willing to accept that I've done some fuck shit to her, but she has to be willing to accept that she has done some fuck shit to me. Responses are valid. I ain't gonna hate on her for feeling like she had to respond, but I will take a little issue with her just randomly saying fuck you. What about Nick the Don? Nick the Don is, I don't have anything to see. I don't talk to him, but honestly, he seems like a nice guy. And if he said, you're good. If he asked Queen to join over here, that shows that Nick the Don also wants peace between people. People are tired of seeing this drama. Like, I'm tired of seeing Queenie crash out because that's not my entertainment. That woman is not entertainment. That woman is not my entertainment when she crashes out. But it's a lot of other people's entertainment, and she's confusing the numbers for people crashing out with her when what they're really doing is laughing at her crashing out. It is incredibly easy to be adults, to have conversation, and you don't have to like each other after the conversation, but it's an example that says, like, hey, there's no hard conditions either. There's no, don't talk about me, don't mention my name. No, you can, because you can express how you feel about me, even if it is in a negative way, but make sure it's in a true negative way, not a sensationalized fabrication of all this fucking bullshit. The more extreme the lie, the more the numbers you get. It's very harmful to people. And she would feel better after the conversation. I would really like her to apologize to Rem, whether Rem accepts it or not. Because if I know one thing about Rem, God forgives, Rem doesn't. That stands very true. Especially when Rem is trying to make peace. Not even for Rem, for other people. Yeah, have respect to my name, and I'll do the same. And for me, it's like being honest is respect. If you don't like what I said, if you don't like how I did something, by all means, it's respectful to be able to put it out there. Just don't add 50,000 other things and get carried away. And I don't even know what it is. I don't know what causes it. All I know is the symptoms of it. And this perfect symptom of it was last night. Was my life. Started out nice, calm, a little bit excited. Like, we're going to talk about some new stuff. I had something up on the screen already that I wasn't going to talk about that night. And, getting the conversation going, switching up the pictures, and then all of a sudden, boom, information, shocking, oh my God. But the difference was I didn't promote anybody to go attack her platform. I did tell people, go ahead and call Malibu Shop. I did that on purpose. But the triggering effects that they do on other people, that it triggered it in them. They got worried. They started losing their critical thinking abilities. And you can tell that because of the screenshot that Smashley, the receipt that Smashley made. And then she said, oh, I just made that to show people how easy it was to make a receipt. No, you lost your critical thinking. You were going to put something out there that you wanted people to believe, but then you framed it to your audience in a way where you were just doing it as an example for education. But nobody needs an example and to be educated on how to make a fake text message. Especially when I'm getting text messages being like, what's this? Well, that's not me. That says iMessage up top there. It gives people the idea that just because they don't frame it in a way that they say it's fake, that it's okay to put out. And it really removes credibility from the whole system. And then you rely on people's history. Have they been known to put out fake receipts? Who really is? Smashley. For sure. They always take the same steps. And this is how you can tell that people have lost their critical thinking in a moment. They get too worked up, they make decisions too quickly, and then when they realize those decisions are bad, it's too late. They've already done them. They make an excuse for them, and then they attack somebody else. And then they attack somebody else. And then they deflect. They keep pushing the deflection. It's not about what I'm doing. What about what they did? What about what this random person over here did? It's a way to say, look over there. And I don't look over there. I keep looking at them. Miss Sunshine tried to throw everybody under the bus. And I said, it's pointless to deflect. You know I'm just going to keep looking at you because you caused it. And it's fucked up what Sunshine did. I never beefed fully with Sunshine because Sunshine was too easy to like maneuver around, and you know, she gets tripped up too easy. I will agree that what Petty did to her was wrong. I will not change my opinion based on what I feel about somebody. But I will also say that what she did to other people is wrong. People can both be wrong and be wronged in their existence. So just because they're wrong about one thing doesn't mean they're wrong about it. And a bunch of other people are like, well, I don't think the van fell on him. He faked the hospital picture. Other people say, oh, he did it on purpose for insurance. But before, they were saying, we wish he would have died. The van didn't do a good enough job. So are they just doing that to deflect from what they said? Or are they just trying to discredit me on something that I've yet to talk about? That I don't even mention. Because, well, it's taken a while to recover. But they talk about it. They'll have my ass up on the green screen. I'll be like, his chest is hairy. Smash. Did you just tell on us when you asked me to send me a picture? When you asked me to send you a picture of my chest? Is that how you know how much hair is on my chest? So let's not go there. Me and Smashley never once traded pictures. She never asked me for a picture of my chest to see how hairy it is. That was just, that's the idea that shit can spiral out of control if you say stuff like that. And I'm also not going to post a video saying that without any context, like she did. But it's just weird. It is just weird how shit latches on, keeps on going, keeps on going, keeps on going. And then when you want to let shit go and step out of it, you're not allowed. It's always something new. It's always something. No resolution. The thing is people are allowed to think what they want. That's why. Oh, I've been good. But a lot of time. It takes time. But all good. For people to use it though is wild. Like they can have their opinion. The van didn't do a good enough job. They can have their opinion on whether they want to spread the narrative that it's real, fake, that it did it for insurance, whatever. It's all contradictory to one another. I would like to say that, scissor jacks are not the safest thing. that when you are putting torque with like a ratchet, sometimes you will push that scissor jack over. And jack stands were invented for a reason. Always use a jack stand. You got to go through experiences to learn from them, and you learn how to use a jack stand pretty quickly. 2 or 3. What did I prop on it? Myself. Because I was like, whatever, I've done it a million times. On other things, I've always used them, but it really does just take that one time. Like, you can do something a million times and have nothing. But the jack stands and shit are there for that one time that something might happen. But I think that wouldn't do shit if it landed on me. I know it would, but just the idea behind it. With also, like, with I see some of the chat being like, Queenie's crashing out and Nick's hilarious. Nick is funny. For sure. And he is, I think, Smash's mod or associated with Smash. I'm not going to attack anybody that associates with Smash or Malibu. I'm very focused. And I can respect people for their decisions to like people, to forgive people, all that good shit. Other people can't. Some can. It's all personal preference. But I think Queenie should take a break, have a conversation. Gloria, the old lady. I am just not a fan of Gloria. I've never had a conversation with her. I would, but I don't know. I don't pay attention to it much. I've heard a lot of negative stuff from her. I do not like Holly Mae. Out of respect for the people that I am close to, I don't think I ever could. I don't know if she could ever do some people right again. I don't know if she could ever make some people whole again. Hey Tina, how are you? Yeah, I don't know if she could ever make anybody whole again. There's been a lot of stuff done and hidden and people silenced, and it's just wild. But once again, it's that time of the live where I got to say that Brooke is still welcome to a box. So is Smash, so is Malibu, so is really anybody who would like to have a conversation about any of their issues with me. You got to be, and I say anybody, but there are exceptions because I do have my boundaries with people. People like Cassandra, not welcome. I've tried to have that conversation many times. Just didn't work. And the thing is like, say Queenie did come over here and have a conversation and say it went well. She would have 1,000 more conversations to have with people, and it can seem like an insurmountable amount of people to make it right with, but it's worth it. She could just take a step back, remove her feelings from it, and then get them out in a healthier way. Conversation allows for people to dose out their emotions about a topic instead of letting them flow out crazily. And if she's crashing out, hey Amanda, if she's crashing out like that and she's looking confused and stuff, I think that's just her not knowing how to properly and how to properly like release the emotions in a healthy way. And that's what conversation helps with. You're not blowing up. You're just like little at a time. I can't say I could never be friends with Queenie, but it would take a lot of work and a lot of her doing everybody right, and just a lot of her just trying to bring peace. Bring peace. Hopefully, she'll try. What Rim said will resonate with her in a couple of days, and she'll think about it. She'll be like, okay, maybe that is the right way to go. Maybe what I said to her will too. Maybe what Amanda said to her will too. Sometimes people need time to think about it and to absorb it. And I feel that, animal. And what I said is really just my opinion on it. And some people like how Cassandra is like a hard no for me. Some people like her. And just because she's a hard no for me, the people that like her should respect my boundaries with her, and we're good. If they know that they did something that they shouldn't have done, and they don't want to admit that they're wrong, they feel like being wrong will somehow make them less of a person, but if you're running around saying that you're always right, you're probably the main one wrong. People love to portray me as like they can get backing and get a response. That's fine. When I sit here and I invite people to talk and they don't take up on it, it shows way more than sitting there being angry, yelling, and lying, and screaming. It is up to conversation, though, to really educate one another on why. Why were we wrong? Because then, like, Queenie might do something that's wrong. Well, let's get to the bottom of why you felt you needed to do it. I don't think Queenie should have to fight for her place anywhere. Even though I'm not a fan. I don't think that she is in the right place if she's got to fight for it. There's nothing wrong with going live yourself and doing what you want to do. Talk about what you want to talk about. Unless it's like some fucking weird shit. Like, have a conversation with people. I really recommend that to Queenie. I 100% did some damage. Yes, I did. And even though I could make an excuse and say I had no idea that that's where that phone call was going to go, but at the same time, I can argue that with what did I expect? What outcome was I hoping for? And if I'm being honest with myself, in that moment, that was the best case scenario. She did, and I'm not trying to justify any of Queenie's actions, but it's hard for people to feel accepted. You know, maybe she's got like a superiority issue, or like maybe it's something within her life where she never felt she was in control. It's not a bad thing, but it's a good thing to like address that issue and get it under control. That's only speculation. I don't know what the issue is. Hey, Librarian, how are you? Right. If Queenie took a step back, and taking a step back doesn't mean like getting off the app. Taking a step back could even mean come over here, get in the box. Let's not be angry with each other and have a conversation. Like she's allowed to be emotional. She's allowed to have that anger in her voice because she might truly hate me. I mean, I can't deny her how she feels. But let's get to the root cause and let's get to the real reason why. So if you do hate me, at least portray it accurately. I know, Rem. Hey, Luciana, how are you? I'm unaware of any order with Queenie. And it's probably really just her trying to get people to be like, oh my God, poor Queenie. And that's not the way to go about it. Hey, Monster. Moonbeam, yeah, I would talk to Moonbeam too. I don't like Moonbeam. But conversation would put things into perspective for her and me and other people. Because maybe then they could have a conversation with her. But for me, Rem, well, I believe it. I do. Um, I'm very honest about why I don't like Regina. I'm very honest about it. And I'm allowed to have that stance. And I even admitted that when Regina said I flipped on her all of a sudden, it's because I did. And maybe I didn't handle it the right way. Maybe I should not make it seem like I flipped on somebody immediately. Maybe I could have had a conversation and been like, hey, this, no matter the justification, I can't fuck with you. Instead, I did handle it maybe the wrong way. And then I triggered her into thinking that she had to reply. It's, I'm at fault for some shit too. This is the first comment that I see. Your Monster. Yeah, that's the first one. Hey, House Lies.
Hi, I don't know why they're not coming through. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Could you do me a favor and check your snap immediately? You're gonna want that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay. Well, I listened to it. And yeah, okay, that works for him. Who is that about, Monster? Like, who is that? Like, who is she talking about? Sunshine. As much as as much as as much as I'm not a fan of either party, they gonna have to settle that one for themselves. But it's nice to see at least she's being honest. That well, at least Holly Mae is being honest that she just hears shit and runs with it. It matters out loud, outside of the group chat. That's a big first step because let's be honest. If you are just misunknowning it all around the app, you just hear some shit and you run with it. Just say this. Just say that's what you're doing. It's a good job, Holly Mae. For well, she did say, I don't even know if it's true. I just heard it in the live, and I ran with it. I'm sure she heard it elsewhere, and I'm sure she just talks shit. That's what Holly Mae does. And there are people who support Holly Mae in here, and that's totally fine. We respect one another's opinions. Right, House of Lies. I've never told anybody that I know to not like Holly Mae. I've told people that I know to be careful about some people. Specifically, Monster. Before I started that bullshit, I told a couple people, hey, just be careful about Monster. Were they? No, they didn't listen to me. They ended up being right about you. And I like that. I like that because they stuck to what they thought was best. Like, thanks for the red flags, but Monster's a gigantic red flag as it is anyway. So, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because I'm also a gigantic red flag too. It's so easy to get caught up in it, and I've been caught up in it a few times with a few people. But it's also so easy to get out of it once you take that first step. Looking at the resolution, you might see a bunch of conversations, but once you get to it, you might get more like that feeling like fuck. But once you get started, it's nice. Once you get like 2 or 3 conversations out the way, you want to get the rest of them. It depends for sure, Rim. Like my hard no people like Cassandra and all them, no, I want it. And all them, no, I want it. But anybody else, yeah, even if I don't know them. That's how I got to know a lot of people, though. Because I didn't know them and talked. They might have needed assistance or advice on something, and we not fall out with them. But they didn't last. But the cool part about like what Holly Mae said is we've all done it. We all get the idea that we don't like somebody and we hear some shit about them and then run with it or roast them about it. I started doing it a different way with like the cankles and shit. I roast a specific part. Like I'm over here cankle shaming for like a year. Not even a year, but like 6 months now. Yes. And that's where the cankles come in. Like, you can like run with shit about a non-serious situation like somebody's cankles. I mean, it might be serious because of the water retention and the decreased blood flow to your legs and feet and shit. Sure, it could be a serious situation like that, but that doesn't change the fact that Stephanie's husband still has cankles and that she touches them. And I bet when she touches them, it like leaves the indent of her finger there for a little while, and you can see it slowly go out like a stress ball. That might be why she touches them every night. I don't either, House of Lies. But her own words, I touch them every night. It's the real serious stuff that Holly Mae will run with is what hurts people. Um, um, Accusations and other serious issues that she'll throw out there can be hurtful to a lot of people. The gross display of dominance, I guess, is what they wanted to show over Monster. Was just, it came off as disgusting and shit people shouldn't do to people. If I wanted to have like that serious of a fallout with Monster, it would happen in the DMs. Like, there'd be no reason to do all that extra. But I've done extra for sure, so I'm not like not guilty, but I am not guilty of that because sadly I had the opportunity to do it, but I only realized that I had the opportunity to do what they did after I seen them gross fuckers do it, because I seen it and I'm like, okay, I don't want to see this, and I have to shut it off. They seen it and they're like, how can we weaponize this? No, not at all wrong. It's just a point that that it actually happened, and that me, the disgusting, evil individual that I am, didn't want to see that video. So as soon as I figured out what it was, I was like, nope, I'm good. I just thought it was another old like Instagram live video or something. No, I'm good. And it was like planned. Like, you had to sit there and you had to think about what to say about this to spin a negative tone on it. And it's like, how can you do that? In a crisis like that, you are going to tell the fucking police you're okay. You're not going to, like, you're already in crisis. You're not trying to fix it. And you got to show people respect and dignity with stuff like that. And none was really shown to Monster. I appreciate you, Monster. No, everybody knows Rem. You're good. If anybody like ever was like, "Oh, Rem's playing both sides," it's an immediate no. Rem's not. We've known each other forever, and never once have I seen you participate in like shit talking about me. But also, you've never participated in the shit talk that I've put out there about anyone else you like. You're always, when I talk shit about Holly Mae, you say, I like Holly Mae. And I encourage that because I don't want the comments to be all negative. I like that people can exist and be like, just because you were talking shit about her, I can still be that person. It breaks up the whole thing you see when some, like say Smashley is talking shit about somebody and the chat starts rolling with all the hate comments from the backup accounts and stuff like that. It breaks that up. It lets people see that, okay, there is still people that like this person, so they have hope. Not some big negativity, fucking just everybody's feeding off of everybody. That's only because you're at war with her in chaos. Everybody hated Bougie there for a minute. But I'm glad that the vast majority of the people that I associate with understand. Like, we don't have to like everybody that we all like. And Bougie is a good person. When I came out with, I was talking to Bougie, people lost their fucking mind. Like, I got yelled at by Unknown and Holly Mae for 45 minutes straight. And I'm trying to be nice to Holly Mae. I'm trying to respect her opinion and hear her out. But when you're getting yelled at the same thing for 45 minutes, I was getting annoyed at the end. I was like, we're about to beef like super fucking hard if you don't respect my decision. Like, I hear you. I know you don't like me talking to her, but I hear that. But that's not going to change it. And after 45 minutes of that, they all kind of went away, and I thought it was a weird reason to yell at somebody. Right, House of Lies. Nobody should have that much power over people. And that being yelled at for 45 minutes just for talking to Bougie is a great example of people trying to have power over people and their decisions. And it's also another great example of maybe more people need to listen to Bougie, because why are they trying to silence her so much? Right, Rem? I still talk to Dora MT, and you never judged me one time for it. I did, and I even asked you that. I was like, I don't see you over in Dora MT's live anymore. You good? Like, I thought you were just off the app. And you were like, no, I had a falling out with him. I'm like, damn, I didn't even know that. I know you wanted to. Yep. But we both know that I'm confident in my opinion about people, but that doesn't mean that I can't let everybody else hopefully get a better experience. I would even say Dora's welcome to a box to have a discussion. Anybody that has an issue about behavior, about anything, like wild, fucking crazy shit, app related, I would have a conversation with Queenie for sure. And I know Queenie's thought process is, well, everybody's going to think that I ran over here and just, I wasn't being accepted over there and joined this side. Queenie would not be allowed to join my hypothetical side. I would not be able to be close with her, but I would be able to show her respect as a human and understand where she's coming from. Totally understand that house lies. I don't like Queenie either, but I wouldn't deny her the chance to express why she doesn't, and then, you know, have that conversation. Hopefully, it would open the door for other people to do it, and she wouldn't be always fighting to stay in the places she is. Like, hey, Megan, I fucked up with Megan like that, and it's weird. Like, there's a lot of people that I fucked up with. Megan is one of them. Indian Outlaw is one of them. And we can all have our differences and think what we want about people. But I put too broad of a label on racism with Megan. 100% did. I know, that's why I'm talking about it. And I would not listen to her. I refused to hear her out. I refused to accept her ideology. And that it wasn't hateful. And it wasn't rooted in any kind of hate. It wasn't rooted in any kind of hate. And I just said, fuck you. Very close-minded. But then once you get to know her, and you get to know that, look, it is what it is, she's good. So if you don't like Megan, you should probably have a conversation with her too. And she'll be a dick to you. Oh, you will. You'll be a dick to people, though. You've been a dick to me since. You'll be a dick to people, though. You've been a dick to me since. But I laugh about it. You know, it's not really being a dick. You're just kind of fair. Like when I was fucking with Mallory in your live. You were like, that's wrong. I'm like, okay. Was it? Yeah. I don't think any of us are, Megan, honestly. We all have this just like polarized group of people that hate us. One day they'll join together and they'll hate us all together. But my group's bigger. I believe that, Ram. You've been very consistent. I have been consistent in a way of like learning how to control my behavior. Because I can talk some shit. I can let like my want to dislike somebody warp any kind of reason of like conversation, and I do try not to do that now, especially after a lot of people that I didn't like prior. I remember when Rim was like, me and Rim met because of tattoos and Cadillacs. And we just kind of naturally got along. And then there came a time when the unthinkable happened, and I gave tattoos and Cadillacs an opportunity just to be real, just to be normal, just to be all right, to be accepted. And I talked to him as I would anybody else. And he just continued lying, continued trying to push shit, and it didn't work. And Ram the whole time was like, you'll see. I'm like, gave me the opportunity to see for myself, and I did. Same with Polly. There's a lot of people that are totally against Polly. I know why. I get it. But I'm not totally against Polly. I just, I respect Polly. She can have her opinion. She can do all that. If she wanted to go live, if she wanted to take a box even and talk, 100% would. Hey, Farrah, how are you? Hey, Bougie. It's her fault that she's here. She had clicked the live. Yes, it is. It's your fault that I like Megan. It is. And that's actually true, Megan. It's Bougie's fault that I like it. Confirmed what I thought when I texted Shannon to have that phone call with you that one day on Snapchat, and then you guys were like talking to me. I texted Shannon that Megan's your only real friend, and Bougie was like, Megan's honest. At least she's upfront about shit. She doesn't like sugarcoat shit. She'll tell you what like it is, and you got to kind of look at it that way. And I did, and yeah. Actually, I think we should all thank Pastor Petty for my acceptance of people, because I think it was really him that really kickstarted it with the realization that everything said about Bougie was on by the vast majority, and found out that they're not bad people either. Megan, I think I can explain why. I can explain why it was with me. And the best way I can explain it is I wasn't willing to accept that you are who you are, and I wasn't really willing to listen either. Because you would tell me, like, there was a couple times in lives and shit where you were like, well, this is why. And I'd be like, fuck you. I don't care. That's all me. If I wasn't willing to listen, there's going to be no willingness for any resolution. But I come around eventually. Right, Bougie? I took that as you were trying to hide something or something. I don't know. Like, but it is, conversation is a big thing to me, and so many people do not have it. Then after I talked to you, I understood why. One of my favorite experiences, though, is actually with Bougie and Hallie Not Berry. Bougie and I were beefing, and I still have the video, and I still watch it every now and then. Bougie's talking to Hallie, and I'm in the chat, and I didn't say anything in the chat, and I didn't say anything, but Bougie seen me like come in, and Bougie's like, "Get that motherfucker Florida man out of here," and I requested a box. I didn't request a box. I laughed, and Hallie picked up the phone and accidentally invited me to a box, and I got into the box, and the nervousness like ensued from Hallie, and it was the funniest shit ever to me. Like, big fan of that. And I look back on that, I was like, yeah, they were nervous of me, and I thought it was funny. But then to look at everybody and be like, the people really aren't like terrible people. I know a lot of people don't like Hallie, and that's okay. I don't hate Hallie. I still talk to Hallie on the back end every now and then. She deserves to have people to talk to, and a lot of people follow her around and just hate on her without accepting that she just might be messy. Right, Bougie? But it's a good example of like where conversation gets you. Not liking each other to good to very good. No, she didn't. The boxes are still open for her too. Um, because this was yesterday. This message, I thought that Ash was just letting me know that this was Brooke's YouTube. Don't be a dick and copyright it. And I said Brooke can always post. Monetize, and it's free to keep any money from my stuff. That's the idea that I had about Brooke. We were good. And then when I found out today that we weren't, I'm like, I wonder what happened. I got a lot of texts about that live. And the first few texts that I got about it, I answered them. I'm like, oh yeah, Brooke is good. She's good people. And then I went and I looked at another one and I seen the comment section. I'm like, I thought it was a completely different Brooke. I'm like, well, I know a Brooke that's good. There are multiple people named Brooke, maybe not that one. And then I'm like, is it this Brooke? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? That's weird as fuck. But Brooke is still welcome to a box. I'm not going to be. Would be nice. Instead of, hey, little mama one. Instead of running around making everybody cautious of you because they don't know why you did what you did. If people can't predict how you're going to move, they ain't going to want to fuck with you. You're not going to be able to develop any real genuine connection with anybody. As of right now, that might be a good thing, Farrah. Might be a good thing that you don't know her. I thought I kind of knew her, but that went out the window with the erratic behavior. It could have been House of Lies. But I like it. The conversation with Brooke, for me, on my side, is very easy. It's don't worry about what other people think about you. You know, you don't have to like placate people's emotions and shit and be like, oh, if I hate this person, these people will like me more. They won't. They will just want to use you more. Be good with whoever you want. And Brooke, other people that fall out with like Nikki and Ash and all that. I don't know why, if they're such bad people, why I haven't fell out with them. I haven't talked to Brooke with people that I say are my friends. And that's what they get. Like, I'll be nice to you. I'm not going to nitpick you. I'm not going to cause division between friends. I'm not going to plant any seeds of doubt. And, you know, even with Sunshine, with Snark and them, I know Sunshine's a piece of shit. And that there's nothing wrong with liking her. Some people are. Some people are. And, I've done myself more of a disservice than a lot of people by being closed minded to conversation with people that deserve to have it. People shy away from conversation. People shy away from conversation because of the retaliatory actions of people like Unknown and Holly Mae that one day. People see that and they're like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't talk. Maybe I'll get yelled at for 45 minutes or try to be pressured into not talking to somebody. Absolutely not. You should not be pressured to not talk to people. So that whole situation with Sunshine and Snark and Victoria, Breezy, and all of them was blown way out of proportion by Sunshine. If they choose to tell anybody, that would be on them. I'm not going to say any of the details. And Unhinged, seeing an opportunity, and then Sunshine and Unhinged proceeded to take that opportunity. So that word is a trigger term that people, it's a hard no for people. So Sunshine used it to try to turn people. I will say that nobody really knew Sunshine was anywhere and everywhere in Discords and other chats spreading it, trying to gather the troops and stuff. I will say with certainty that it is my opinion that Sunshine did it so she could get the badge of honor of being like, I took Snark out. And I think that's what it was, really. There's no other reason that I can see. Because Snark was nothing but good to Sunshine. But it's fuck Sunshine for me. And Unhinged. Both of them. They're trash to me, my opinion. I encourage everybody to do their own independent research, and I'm confident enough to say you'll find out for yourself that they are. It is weird, House of Lies. It is. I've seen the interaction between Sunshine and all of them. And honestly, they were all very accepting of Sunshine, and they cared about Sunshine. And the way Sunshine did that shit was wild. Right, Animal? But that's Sunshine's MO. Group after group after group. She will get into a group, and then something will come over to where she just wants everything. She wants the attention from everybody. She wants to be the leader or whatever. And she'll get out of that group, go to the next one and say, ha, yeah, I destroyed that group over there like a dickhead. When all she did was abused everybody's trust and lied. Little Mama 01, that's a good question. What Sunshine said was absolutely not true. But why she said it when Snark was her friend, it'll become even more confusing seeing how good of a friend Snark was to Sunshine That's what makes it even more confusing, because why would you want to destroy that? Like, because when I say Snark was good to Sunshine, I mean Snark was good to Sunshine. Like, cared about just running amok. Hey, Becky. And I don't say that because I'm good with Snark. I say that because it's objectively true. Like, from when you look at it, it's very true. That Sunshine just ran amok and fucked shit up and did her best to cause as much chaos as she could. That is a good point, House of Lies. You would make sure you had receipts before you let it all out. And there's a lot of details that I'm not going to put out there. That it's, if they ever want to talk about them, they can. But I can assure you, from everything that I know about that situation, and I know quite a lot about it, that all of the women that were affected, right there, Snark absolutely 100%, like, genuinely cared about Sunshine and trusted her. And for Sunshine, that is not something that she's going to be able to get. That is not something that she's going to be able to get from, like, anybody, because everybody knows who Sunshine is and everybody knows what Sunshine has done. I reiterate that Sunshine, what Petty did to her was wrong 100% of the way. I will give her that. That is when she showed factual receipts, and Petty tried to claim that it was me and my family on Facebook. Send them to me if you can. And Sunshine did and sent them to him, and he later used it to claim that she blackmailed him. Sunshine got done wrong by Petty in that circumstance. I'm not taking that away from her. But Sunshine 100% did all them women wrong. It's an example of somebody can be wronged and still be wrong. Somebody can be wronged and still be wrong in another area. One instance of being right does not make you always right, and one instance of being wrong does not make you wrong. But to the level that Sunshine went, I can never be good with Sunshine again. I feel like it would be disrespectful to Snark, to Victoria, to Breezy, to all the other women. It would be disrespectful to them if I was ever good with Sunshine again, because she did some damage. And to put it into perspective of what kind of person Sunshine is, she trashed Gaming Claws fucking up, down, sideways, didn't fucking matter. Put her whole fucking address out there, put her live. Said, don't mind me, I'm doing sunshiny things, and just rattled off fucking everything as Gaming Claws. Multiple times. Just to turn around a week later and give Scammy Claus information about Snark. That tells you what kind of person both of them are, actually, Sunshine and Scammy Claus. Because put yourself in the position of being shit-talked as Scammy Claus was by Sunshine. Are you going to be okay to take information from them a week later after they just put your whole fucking life out there? I'm not. How desperate are these two women for attention? Why don't they just fight with each other and get the attention? They frame it as, oh, we made up. I see it as, y'all have no morals. Y'all don't even care enough about yourself. You just care about hurting other people. right, House of Lies. I'm not either. Like, you do that weird shit to me, and I'm gonna do it back to you. But we ain't gonna be cool for a minute. Like, there's gotta be a cool down period. And I'm not like, that's the hate bonding right there. Scammy Claus has got something against Snark. Why? What valid reason? I can't see one. No matter how hard I think, I can't see one. What, you didn't agree with her and you do that shit? And then Sunshine wanted to help with her Amazon wish list. Wanted to help with her Amazon wish list. And gave that to Scammy Claus. For Scammy Claus to put it up and shame or try to shame her. Weird. Have I ever took somebody's Amazon wish list and publicly shamed them in a creative way? I did the Dalton dress up, the Amazon wish list, Amazon's Dalton dress up fashion thing, where I made stickers out of all the stuff that he had on his wish list and put it onto the medical model of an early 30s male with Marfan syndrome and showed Dalton what he would look like. If he were to receive these items. It was comedy. It was funny. It was interactive. Other people could do it, and other people could join in and have fun. But when you take somebody's like Amazon wish list and you say, shame on you, that's disgusting. Like, it's essential stuff too. It's like kid stuff. It's, it's not like she was like, hey guys, I put gold bars on my Amazon wish list. I need them. No, it was essential stuff. You have no right to shame anybody, Scammy Claus. To take somebody's Amazon wish list and be like, no, you don't deserve that. Who is Scammy Claus to really come to that? A better way to word it would be, who the fuck is Scammy Claus to think she can make that decision for anybody? I recommend that everybody get yourself an Amazon wish list. Get yourself an Amazon wish list, put whatever you want on there. And if anybody tries to shame you for it, just know that the person that's trying to shame you for having an Amazon wish list is a disgusting human being. It says more about them than it does you. And for Scammy Claus to actively promote that she gives food to the homeless shelter, when she gives it to them, does she go in there and does she spit in their face and say, this is for you, this is my contribution, now praise me? Because that's what it fucking seems like. And it probably, she is self-righteous. She feels like she is high and mighty. Scammy Claus feels like she's better than everybody. And I don't pay attention to Scammy Claus. Like, I attempted to settle any beefs with her. But then she just popped up randomly one day and was like, fuck you. And I'm like, okay. You're not the moral authority here. You put Petty's porn out there. And I just kept repeating that to her. Like, how are you trying to be a moral authority when you did what you did? That might be why she's spiraling. But her words and her actions still affect people, though. And I can't take that away from them because it can be discouraging for people to not be able to be themselves or not be able to do what other people are allowed to do. I want to see Scammy Claus go shame the person with 10 million followers that has an Amazon wish list. Well, if that person with 10 million followers has one, why can't anybody? Why isn't Scammy Claus picking on somebody she perceives as bigger than her? And why is she seeing people as smaller than her to begin with? The thing about Scammy Claus is she's never mattered. She thought she has. And she may have had a couple of good points here or there without any hope for any more by being a fucking dick. An unnecessary dick. Right. Because at the end of the day, we're just a bunch of people that are at the bottom of TikTok. Petty, me, Scammy Claus. But maybe some of us are a little above the bottom because we have this obsessed fan base that always like to try to bring us down. Well, there wouldn't be nowhere to bring us down if we were at the bottom, and that obsessed fan base is definitely at the bottom, Scammy Claus included, trying to bring anybody down. She does. She picks on people. She see the fact that Sunshine puts your whole life on a live, and then you still take information from her. Wild as fuck. And the information wasn't even valid at all. The shit that fucking Sunshine spread around was bullshit. And it sucks because if you've never had a conversation with Snark, you probably should. I say that about a lot of people. Bougie, Megan, Indian Outlaw. She wanted receipts on Snark so bad that all she got was her wish list. Now, me knowing Snark, what receipts was she looking for exactly? Because I don't see Snark doing anything wrong, like at all. That tells you that Scammy Claus doesn't know her. That tells you that Scammy Claus doesn't know her. That she's just making assumptions and running off of lies and trying to make shit up. Because if you know Snark and talk to her, you can see that she's not doing anything wrong. But there's still Scammy Claus, who feels like she can be better than people. But I'm not even sorry to inform Scammy Claus that Snark is considerably a better person than Scammy Claus ever will be. There's nothing that Scammy Claus can do that will ever make her even half as good of a person as Snark. She can go donate food at the food bank all she wants. I hope she don't spit on too many homeless people on the way, though. Does she spit on them before or after she donates? Does she walk up the line and say, "This is your food, peasants"? Because that's what Scammy Claus really, really, really just comes off as. She is. She definitely tries to be. And what Scammy Claus doesn't understand is nobody gives a fuck what she has to say. At some point, she's just saying shit to make them feel less, to make them feel like they did a bad thing when they didn't. Scammy Claus doesn't like Snark because Scammy Claus knows that she'll never be able to be half of who Snark is. Scammy Claus will never be able to be genuine. And she'll never be able to even hold a friendship for half as long, even a quarter as long as Snark has. Right, House of Lies. Maybe Scammy Claus is intimidated by Snark. I mean, when I first met Snark, yeah, I wasn't exactly not intimidated. You know, I was like, she is going to be... I wasn't confident that I was going to be able to make a better point. Like, but I was still going to do it, even though I wasn't confident and shit went downhill, but we're good now. But still, it's like, it's okay to see people as like more intelligent than you. It's okay to see like somebody that's able to talk better than you. It's okay. Participating in that with them helps you learn and helps you get better. But Scammy Claus isn't looking to better anyone but herself. And I feel bad for her because of that. Because, I mean, let's be real. The home life ain't good for Scammy Claus. Maybe that's why she's a dick on the internet. Scammy Claus, no. I can say that my conversations with Snark has helped me better myself. Because if you pick up on how like points are delivered, on how the conversation goes, if you pick up on that and you kind of learn off of it, we all learn off of each other. There's nothing wrong with learning off of each other. Sometimes you get to know people, and with me personally, I will get to know people, and I will get to know them maybe on a deeper level than they might realize because I'll pay attention to context clues now. You know, just people tell on themselves, which is a good thing, of what motivates them, what validates them, what gives them like a pop in energy, stuff like that. And I will do that. I'll make sure that it happens with a lot of people whenever I'm able to message. And maybe Scammy Claus just doesn't know how to do that, how to give to others. She only wants to take for herself. See, Scammy Claus is still waiting on that truckload of receipts from the FBI. That got fucking lost. They took a wrong turn a year ago. To what, Brooke? Absolutely nothing. Anybody is allowed to walk away from anybody at any point in time for any reason. As long as you're not like me, where I'm not allowed to walk away from anybody peacefully. They always have to, at some point, have a fucking attitude about it. Everybody's always like, he'll lie. Okay. That's weird. Coming from Scammy Claus, someone I've never had a conversation with. Yeah, she's wild. Even the people that are closest to me, like, people know what they know about me. That is it. Like, I'm honest with everybody. I'm closer to some people than other people, and I think that's normal. Scammy Claus is desperate for information, not about anything relevant, but just about people she don't like. And if Scammy Claus would like take a step back and think to herself, how can I fix my relationship at home? Put that energy where it matters. What would make, and see where you get, Scammy Claus, because you'll come back online once you fix all that happy. You won't want to tear people down, because when you tear people down, just because you feel like you can't build yourself up and you got to put people below you, that's a you problem. Scammy Claus is also welcome to a box too. Will she have anything relevant to say? No, not to me. But even with the invite, people don't come because their argument folds under scrutiny. And also, she might be a little bit mad at me because I put out there that she does coke. It's fair. Be mad at me for that. Stop doing it, and I won't say it. I feel like saying that she does coke isn't really shaming her. But her taking an Amazon wish list and taking essential items and stuff that would help somebody and shaming them for it, that's very shameful of Scammy Claus to do. That's my rationality. Is it shaming her? Technically, yeah. But the way she shames other people, to me, in my mind, I feel justified, even though it's not right. I don't want to be right with Scammy Claus. Like, she's very harmful to people. Which is also not right. Which at some point just becomes the point. But that doesn't mean that people that like Scammy Claus, that I'm going to be mean to them. It doesn't mean that I'll fuck with Scammy Claus forever. It just means that I have no respect for her. What she did to Snark bothers me greatly. The way she did it bothers me greatly. The path that she took and what she chose to use bothers me also. And it doesn't bother me like directly offends me. It bothers me because a human can exist with that mindset. And that might be something people might want to take a look at and wonder if that's really what they want to associate themselves with. Do they want to surround themselves with someone who's so negative about other people that they'll take anything they can and try to shame them? I don't know. Definitely not something I want to surround myself with. I'm going to make an name. And I say this out loud because, I mean, honestly, it's like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. We're already hours and hours deep into this live, and I probably said Miss Unknown smokes crack at least once this live. So that's probably where they stopped. and clipped me. So there's got to be a point behind here where they've stopped and clipped me for what they want to use. So I'm going to make an Amazon wish list. I'm going to send it to Scammy Claus, and I'm going to say, this is Florida Man's Amazon wish list. And I'm going to make it funny. I'm going to watch her expose it, and then I'm going to clip this part of my live and be like, you don't watch the whole live. You don't look for context. You just got excited when it was something that you could spin into something negative about me. How you doing, Luciana? I used to do that shit with tattoos and Cadillacs all the time. He'd get so excited and put it out there and be like, I sent you that. I used to do it with Dennis. Right? I will. With Dennis, it was the funniest shit ever because I would fuck with him like behind the scenes and be like, I got info on Florida Man. And he'd bite. I was running around saying I sold Dennis pictures of my butthole for $15. All of that was me fucking with him behind the scenes. It was like running together, but everybody, the public only seen one side. But Dennis was seeing the other side and getting mad about the one side. Not for beginners. I will learn that. I'm going to make a wish list. Send it to Scammy Claus. Say, this is Florida Man's Amazon wish list. And then we're going to see this whole big old exposure live of Florida Man's Amazon wish list. And then this will be referenced back to. And she'll be made to look like a fool. Even more so than she already does. You do order a lot off of Amazon. They would, MMs. They would be over there just like, it's crazy. I fucked with Dalton about living in his car. But it wasn't like, you poor bastard, you live in your car. It was more like, hey, when you rented your post office box, did they give you a parking space to sleep in? Stuff like that. It was unique. Jokes. Because you can't really shame someone like Dalton. You have to get people laughing at him. And same with Scammy Claus. Does anyone know why Scammy Claus hates me so much? At this point, I don't even think Scammy Claus knows why she hates me so much. I remember. It was somebody named Coach. And was Coach doing dirty shit? Yeah. But I liked Coach. A lot of people liked Coach. I was willing to accept that Coach was a piece of shit as long as he was honest and transparent with the people that got close to him. Like, hey, you made an account, pretended to be a vet, and you begged for money. Is that wrong? Absolutely. Do I have a problem with it? Yes, I do. Is it something that's not repairable? You can repair it. Learn from it. He didn't want to do that. And then pretty much was bullied off of the app by quite a few people. But me, I stood out. It wasn't just me, but I stood out because my jokes they just stand out. It was a ton of people though, but it was a combined effort. Scammy Claus looked at me and said, well, you were friends with that scammer coach. And that's her problem with me. That's it. Dennis did his fuck shit. And she defended Dennis. Every issue there was, she would be on the other side of it. And she just hated me ever since. I still can't believe she defended Dennis, but that is what it is. There's a reason for that. That person has an active protection order against me for, whatever. I will get the court transcripts, but that'll work out. But Scammy Claus just doesn't like people and is unable to accept that people are who they are. Sadly, Scammy Claus is missing out on good people. I remember Scammy Claus was good with Rem. And that was when me and Rem were good. I never fucked with Rem for being good with Scammy Claus. I even remember being respectful towards Scammy Claus. Never forgive. I made hundreds of people laugh at her. In the funniest way possible, because when I was good with Petty, and I say when I was good with Petty, I was genuinely good with Petty on my side. Like I would talk him up behind the scenes and shit. Like, oh, I feel like it could work out until like he really showed who he was, and that's good. I could still feel good about how genuine I was while seeing what a piece of shit he was. But I took your picture with sunglasses, and I took one of I made something for you, and his response was funny. And I'm sitting in his live and I'm talking and shit, and all of a sudden Petty says, "Nah, guys, I got something to show you." And he put it full screen, green screen, and said, "She's watching my meat," and I lost my motherfucking shit. So did everybody else, and it had to have embarrassed her. Like the one time that I was in a box with her civil, she's like, "Did you make that picture?" I'm like, "Yeah, I made that picture. It was funny as fuck." Like, come on, you put this shit all out there. You gave people links to it. It's a relevant joke. And then after that, I take a box, and I said she watches it, and she's using her Pastor Blaster 5000, and then the Petty Pounder 9000, and just started making jokes about the Pastor Blaster and the Petty Pounder and all that. And I thought they were hilarious. So did everybody else. But Scammy Claus's ego got significantly damaged. I still think they're funny. Yeah, the Pastor Blaster was fucking wild. No, I named the chicken Clucky. But it does go to show something, too. When Petty and I made amends, there was no retraction. of the chicken story. There was none. Pay attention to that detail. And if I was lying, wouldn't you kind of expect Petty to be like, hey, retract that shit about the chicken story? Well, I looked at it, and just I became good with Petty. I am good with Virgo. I'm good with Samantha. I haven't talked to him for a while, but I'm still good with them from what I know, and I don't think they'd be bad with me. But they teamed up with Scammy Claus and Mallory, and at the time, I was Scammy Claus, and I'd be nice to Samantha, Virgo, and everybody else. And then it was just like, I was wrong about Mallory, but I still insist that I'm right about Scammy Claus. Just to make her look good. Hey, Mittens, how are you? I like Mallory. There ain't nothing wrong with Mallory. It's easy to get caught up in it and then amplify everything. I'm doing good. But that's what people do with a lot of people, like Mittens. I mean, I can't tell you how many times, like, Unknown has just talked shit about Mittens for no fucking reason. Mittens don't do fucking shit to Unknown. Nothing. I'm just talking about people who get shit on for no reason. I respect that, OG. Yeah. I would say having a conversation with her is good. Me personally, though, I'm happy that I'm not beefing constantly with Mallory. It's like the same thing. Like, if I can genuinely give Petty a chance, I can do the same for Mallory. Same for Mallory. Yes, many people actually. Many people. Um, there's more people that ain't public about it really anymore. But be friends with Mittens. Remind Mittens, you do not have to do anything for me to like you. Don't encourage Mittens to do stuff for you. Because then Mittens might get the idea that this is what I have to do for you to like me. And sure, Mittens, that there's no conditions that you need to meet for me to like you. And don't make shit up and fucking throw her under the bus for some bullshit. When I was in Dora's Live with the airplane ticket, arguing that shit for 4.5 hours, there's no condition But the airline ticket, Mittens sent me the takeoff and landing time from the website. She also sent it to Dora. And when Dora said, somebody sent me this, they sent me this, and I seen what it was, I'm like, well, that's funny because Mittens just sent that to me. Did Mittens send it to you? And Dora got all fucking nervous, like, give credit where it's due. Mittens messaged me and was like, well, thank you for saying I sent it to you. And I'm like, people should give credit where it's due. Like, people try to take Mittens and point at Mittens and say, oh, she's evil, look at her. Is that because you look up to her? Same with Bougie, same with OG, same with me, same with many other people. It's just kind of weird how the tables have turned. And none of us truly give a fuck anymore. Same with Mallory. Mallory gets the blame game too. There's only one person on this app that has a bigger following of hateful people, and that's Mallory. Mallory's got the biggest one. I've probably got the second biggest one. Then Bougie, for sure. Me and Bougie might be tied. Bougie might have a bigger one than me. I don't know. It's hard to compare. Top three for sure. Definitely Mallory, Bougie, me. Biggest ones. Most hateful ones. For no reason at all is all of us. But even if you don't have the biggest one, you shouldn't have any at all. It's what happens when people lie on it. Other people are like, but it was Bougie. To try to deflect. And it's a good example that Bougie. Sorry, I had to sneeze. It's a good example that they said OG and Mittens because they went to motherfucking war with each other. And you can still see them getting along. All of Whose Lies. Yeah. I don't feel bad for Queenie. I don't like Queenie. But with her erratic behavior, you can certainly tell that she's not a big fan of herself either. I would have a conversation with her. Right? She did. They're not her friends, though, for sure. She fights to keep her position with them. And all I ask of really anybody that I associate with is to don't like be malicious towards them or plot and plan on them. That's a big no for me. That's a big no for me. You can have your feelings about them, but just make them known. You know, if I share a space and say it's all people that I'm good with. There can be a couple people there that aren't a fan of one another, but out of a mutual respect for the area, don't be shitty about it. Other than that, anybody can do whatever they want. Yeah, these allergies are fucking crazy. I'm open to a conversation, her being able to get her emotions out healthy and not all at once, and not in a way that's going to create more. There's a few people that I'm not open to a conversation with, but that's very few. Probably 10 or less people. I know about Queenie about that. The problem is, though, even in Amanda's live, where Queenie was just like automatically assuming how OG felt, you can't do that. A conversation is, this is how I feel, and then the person responds with how they feel. There's no assumption on how they feel. There's no, because it can be like, you don't know me, bitch, is exactly probably what OG was thinking. Like, you don't know why the fuck I feel this way because you won't fucking listen. And in my conversation with Mittens initially, I listened. I didn't tell Mittens how she felt. I didn't tell OG how she felt. I didn't tell Bougie. I don't tell anybody how they feel. I accept how they feel. And it works because it's respectful. I would do the same for Queenie. She has, and I don't know why. Because does anybody else know a different OG than I do? Because if Queenie is talking about the same OG that I know, how Queenie explains this OG is not the same OG I know. So that tells me that Queenie has made up this narrative about who OG is. And she's running with her thoughts on who she's trying to portray OG as, when if you have a conversation with OG, she's not a bad person. If you fuck with her, she'll fuck with you back. When I want to see how OG can respond, I reference Mittens and OG. I see how both of them can respond, actually. And I would rather not participate in that. But sometimes you got to. But it's also a good example of they're friends now. So no amount of blow up can ever stop people from being friends. It's got to stop eventually. Can never stop people from being friends. It's got to stop eventually. And when I first got a hold of Mittens after Queen of All Trades Live, where 600 people were shitting on Mittens, I just talked to Mittens. And then I talked to OG. And for a while there, I just don't think either of them knew that I was talking to each other. I was very public about OG, but I was behind the scenes with Mittens because Mittens, the public was affected with Mittens at the time. So it's not like taking Mittens live at that point in time would have been healthy at all, because people would have just been like, fuck Mittens, and that wouldn't have helped. Mittens is probably because she's jealous. And I don't say that to be like dismissive towards Queenie, but you probably have something that she wants to have, and it's not anything material. It's It's probably just the ability to respect other people. And that you haven't like caved in to the people talking shit. Could be. Could be. If I was Queenie, I'd be really getting into the Bush jokes. Because they're not harmful at all. Like, they're funny. And it's funny because she's got bushes in front of her garage, which I don't think anybody ever has. It's the first time I've seen it. Shocking. They do want yes men. But that is just because they take criticism and opposing opinions as attacks. It's all a mindset. They see I don't agree as I'm no longer on your team. Time to bash me and get me the fuck off of it. Or enough bushes. But you know, Queenie's probably looking at the idea of a conversation with me as she wants to do it. But she just doesn't think that the people that she associates herself with would be accepting of it. And that's not a good way to look at it. Because all of the people that I associate with don't like Queenie. I'm not worried about that. If I were to have a conversation with Queenie on a live, I don't think Mittens would look at me and say, fuck you, I don't like Queenie. It would be respected. And I would respect that they still didn't like her. But hopefully it would open up the door for her to do more conversations with people in a respectful way. You don't have to dominate the conversation. And I will say that sucks for Queenie to not want to be kicked out. You talking to people should never be like a reason to be like excommunicated from a friend group. Unless it's like a hard no person. Like, there are those, but I don't think any of us are hard no people for any valid reason whatsoever. Is she kicked out now? Well, maybe she now thinks that all of her former friends will say that, oh, they just run over to that side. This isn't a side over here that I'm aware of. So I'm pretty sure all of us can go where we want, talk to who we want. Stop telling her husband not her Mittens. So for Queenie, it went from being all right with me and like everybody else to fuck me, I'm gonna go over here, to not being good over there, to getting kicked out of Petty's, to breaking up with Mikey, to her breaking up with her newest friend group. And the problem is her. Hey, Adam. Last night I offered Smashley a Malibu box. Um, Here's the thing. I know my moderators and I know the people in the chat respect civil conversation and questioning. I know that the chat will not flood with negative propaganda towards Smashley or Malibu. I know if it does, I will be able to respectfully keep it under control so they feel comfortable, so the discussion doesn't derail. It is a much calmer area over here, and it's much safer to have a conversation over here, in my opinion. Smashley can take a box over here. She can still be live while she does it too, because I've seen her get on a backup and then take a box in other lives and still stream it on her side. She's 100% welcome to do that. It's not about the views. It's not about the numbers. It's about the resolution. And yeah, I think it's just much calmer over here. And I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Every conversation that I've had with people, we haven't seen the chat roll with negativity. I don't allow the backup accounts in to spread that. And if she does take a box over here, people are going to keep an eye on both sides of the chat and then see, like, hey, which is more respectful, which isn't. But she's more than welcome to take a box over here. I ain't got nothing against that. Get the resolution out the way. If she needs time to prepare, that's great. I don't need time to prepare because, you can't prepare the truth. I will assure her that I won't personally attack her. As long as she can show the same respect. The last time I went to somebody else's live to get a box, wasn't able to disable her. And that went super well. Right, Ellie. If you need time to prepare, not being truthful, I need no time to prepare. At any point in time, Smash can take a box, Malibu can take a box. We can have a conversation. Anybody, actually. Queenie, anybody that has an issue with me. We can take care of it. I'm prepared at any point in time for anybody. And the conversations are, as NM said, much calmer over here because there's no propaganda filling the chat trying to sway anybody's attention. Everybody's respectful. People are allowed to have positive or negative feelings about anybody, but it's not like forceful. It's not like spammed in the chat. Right, Mush? I am too. About the only thing I would see someone needing time to prepare for a conversation for would be like the structure of the conversation, like how it goes. Because we all look at conversation like it's natural. And it is natural. But it's different when there's a conflict, where there's a misunderstanding, where there's a lot of emotions involved, where you have to have a lot of self-control to not raise your voice, to allow the other person to speak, to accept that that's what they said, to not rip it apart, to, you can rip it apart, but you got to go piece by piece. and not like completely invalidate what they think unless they're like racist or homophobic or something like that. And yeah, tear it apart. Yep. Last night's live, I did that 100% on purpose. Over to that information about Malibu and Stephanie, going right into the overly over the top, like not give a fuck, say what I want. It was all a show of it was all a show of you cannot weaponize a platform against somebody who is sitting here weaponizing himself against you while also having people in the chat that are cool, that are nice. I say, call Malibu's shop, chat her ups. Don't do that. But Smashley would say something and people would be like, yeah, go for it. That's the dynamic here. Right, House Lives. It's just new information was brought up and obtained, and I had questions about it, and Smashley just didn't want to. The cool part about conversations too is that we don't have to touch on any hard topics. Like we can let that develop, because once you develop a conversation with somebody, it will get deeper eventually, and you're more comfortable answering harder questions, like about some of the stuff I got. And the only way, sometimes, is through conversation. So I do have relevant and damning proof that but a couple of other issues arise that we can talk about first between Smashley and I. Nicole said the Q word, and things are about to pop off. I think that this app has conditioned people to use receipts as an excuse. Because every time they go through, they're like, where's the receipts? Where's the receipts? Receipts isn't exactly a defense, or isn't exactly adding context, or, just being real about shit. People forget that a screenshot only goes so far. And people forget that you can show the messages with people and they'll still say, I ain't do that. It was 6 other people. Right, Ellie. And I think some of these awareness creators forgot that you can logically put things together by people's actions, by how their story changes. What they say this time versus next time versus the other time, when you're trying to hide what the truth actually is. And, there are the physical receipts and stuff, which is, confirmation. Right, Mush? Sarah, let me tell you something. I might only have 79 people in here. Sarah, let me tell you something. I might only have 79 people in here. But I guarantee a larger number of people care than just you. There wouldn't be 79 people in here if not a single one of them cared. But I also don't put a lot of weight on that number either. Why would I? Yes, Joy says. But if you would like to take a box, Sarah, NY Tesora, we can have a conversation about, numbers. I'll tell you what, right now, I'll put it into perspective for you. There are lives right now that have 10,000 people in them. But out of those 10,000 people, they don't have Pastor Petty House of Lies. They don't have Nicole. They don't have Ellie. They don't have Mittens. They don't have Mitch. They don't have people that are contributing. They don't have people who feel comfortable to be able to say whatever they like. So it's the quality over the quantity. I would rather have a low amount of people who are engaging and are actually enjoying themselves rather than hundreds and hundreds of people that are just spewing negativity. I'm not saying everybody over at Smash is, but the chat does roll with negativity. And if it's all about the numbers, is that why Smash won't come over? Because she can stream it on hers while still being in the box. I still want to talk to Malibu too, but she can unmute and talk through the box over there. Like, this can work out. If there needs to be even more space than the internet already is, for whatever reason, they need that safety net of being over on theirs to get their number. I'd like the safety net of mine because the negativity is kept to a minimum and we can focus on the positives and get the conversation going. Right, Nicole. Yep. And conversations do not have to get rowdy. I get rowdy sometimes. I got rowdy last night. As a show of, I still got it in me. I'm just choosing to only selectively use it to show you that I still got it in me. Calm definitely helps an adult conversation. People not spamming the chat with negativity also helps too. Because if you remove all the, well, why don't you take a box and we can talk about it. Tell me why you perceive me as desperate to get people to come to my box, and I'll tell you why I think I'm not. You don't even have to take a box because you're a 0-0. Give me your reasoning. What am I doing that makes you think that I'm desperate to get people in my box? Yes, I do. Okay, so I can see where you might think I'm desperate to. Your point's valid. Why it's not desperation is it's their choice. There's no desperation to it. It's the want for resolution. It's the want to get the conversation going in a healthy way. It's the want for resolution. It's the want to get the conversation going in a healthy way. When we get the conversation going, there's got to be some kind of like safe place for it, because the negativity adds and adds to attack and be negative. And at least over here, we can keep that to a minimum. Without other people, you don't have any content. I can kind of see where you get that, but that applies to literally everybody if it applies to me. And more so to people like Smashley who stream people. That's what her platform was built on, if I remember correctly, was other people. Pastor Petty, other people. But if we put a vague label on it, and I'll tell you if that specifically applies to me, or if you're right. I mean, you could be right. I'm willing to accept it if you're right. Not every bit. No. I disagree. A good portion of my content is about other people. It uses other people in like a joking way. But there are songs that have nothing to do with anybody about what I think. Yeah, I have a lot of content that doesn't even involve anybody else. Every bit is like an overestimation. Like everybody and all of the time. You're right in the fact that a good portion of my content involves other people. I do have some that doesn't. But you can say the same about Smashley as an example. A good portion of her content is about other people, but she does do the sourdough stuff and she does do other stuff that isn't about other people, which is good. It's healthy. Can I ask you a question? Why is it a negative about me, but not a negative towards anybody else? If what you are insinuating to be true about me is negative, that is. And if it's not negative, this is why a box and conversation would be welcome, because text can be perceived in one way or the other. Are you still there? Well, hopefully they're still there, and they just have. Well, hopefully they're still there, and they're just having technical difficulty, or they're thinking. Either one, that's fine. It's okay to think and all that. But I would appreciate my question and answer, since I did answer yours. That if it's a negative that some of my content revolves around other people, it would have to be a negative across the board for everybody else too. Right, Jennifer. So the negativity towards me would have to spread evenly. And if it doesn't, what are the feelings behind why it's only negative for me? When we really get down to it and we really start to nitpick of everything, when you get told that you are disliked for doing the exact same thing other people do, well, you break that down and the person asking the questions goes away, even on a backup account where they're free to speak their mind and just say whatever they like. It's okay to have a conversation. And every time something like that happens, it is another example of people trying to incite negativity and being unable to answer. Incite negativity and being unable to answer logical questions once they really think about it. I don't know if anybody noticed, but like people be dropping me from their boxes. They don't want to talk to me. Whenever I got an issue with somebody, I take a box with them, I get blocked. That like they're like, nope. It shouldn't be intimidating to talk to somebody. Hey Des, how are you? There's a difference between being right and wanting to be right. When you want to be right, when you want to be right, you just say whatever you want and don't allow anybody else to talk. I don't want to be right. Everybody from Brooke to anybody else who has an issue with me, not that nobody, Cassandra, there's a few people that are hard nosed for me, can have a discussion about it. And for people like Smash, she's joined my boxes before and not been attacked. She has no excuse. Does she rely on the negativity? I don't want to do that. I don't want the person I'm talking to make a mistake. So much so that there are plenty of times where I will take their argument and I will present it stronger, as strong as I can, because I want them to have a solid argument. And it's only polite to not make the person that you're talking to feel inferior. It really is. It does nothing if you make the person that you're talking to feel stupid. You want to make them feel like that it's okay to have that opinion. And it's okay to not be able to fully like articulate your thought, but that's where the conversation starts happening. When you first start talking to anybody, the conversation, like questions back and forth, it's small. It's like little pieces, because the answers, you don't compile anything. There's like no data getting, like answers are data. You use it as data, you reference it and say, okay, now here's my next question. It's a deeper question. You get a deeper answer, you get more data. If you question the answers that they give in any situation, in any conversation, you invalidated what they just said. An example that would be, what's your favorite color? And someone says blue. And you're like, why blue? Blue means this, that, and the other. Is that what you really think? That's a question and the answer. You say, what's your favorite color? They say blue. Great. You've not invalidated their answer. They feel much better about talking to you. It's an oversimplification of. So when you see people talking and it turns into an argument, the number one thing that turns a conversation into an argument is when someone's answer gets questioned directly. That invalidates them. What if they're being honest? What if they're not? You take it either way. You'll find out eventually. You know, every other question you can start to pick away. Can everyone but Smash see that the people pretend to be her friends are going to turn on her? Yeah, I think Smash can even see it, but the thing is, Smash has always been conflicted. She's been conflicted about public opinion and numbers and all that. Because, look, she's seen people get shit on. She tries to put other people on. I appreciate it. I appreciate that, Nicole. I probably would. But if she would just understand that it is totally okay to express who you are, how you feel, what your real opinion is, and that people will still accept you either way. You might see like a comment like earlier, there's only 79 people in here, nobody cares. That's another over exaggeration of that term. Not nobody cares. But if we look at the grand scheme of things, is 300 people really a lot when there's people? We have a syndicated television show that millions of people watch. It's all about perspective. And my perspective is I'm good with a couple people. Hey, Kat, how you doing? And my perspective is I'm good with a couple people. Hey, Kat, how you doing? Yes, we are, Kat. I'm making sure to give Brooke and anybody else ample opportunity to take a box and have a conversation. Because people think, honestly, a lot of people think that I'll stop, that I'll get tired of going live and talking, and that people will get bored and, nobody will show up eventually. That's not true. See, the quality listener, the quality person is going to absorb the information and see who isn't participating in conversation. We'll start to see who might be guilty. Welcome back. Welcome to the whatever. Did you find an answer to my question? Or do I need to repeat it for you? Was if it's negative for my content to be focused on people, but not 100% of the ways. I do have some that isn't. Wouldn't it be negative for everybody else? Wouldn't that be just like it's negative for Smashly, it's negative for anybody? See, and that is a prime example of people who don't have a lot of who answer. They can stay. So that statement right there is what people resort to when they cannot have a logical conversation. Sadly, it's not that they don't have the ability to. It's just they don't go into it with an open mind. They get their questions answered and refuse to conversate back by listening and understanding and answering a question honestly. So the fact is, I respectfully answered your question. I even had you clarify what you meant by it. But you'll take that information and you won't do anything with it. Because my question back would make you realize that, it's an unfair question to ask because I'm trying to paint this on you negatively. And if I did, I would have to paint everybody in the same light. And if you did that, well, then you would have to not like everybody. So there has to be some underlying feeling that you have that's negative. And you can use any excuse you like. But the real answer that I'm going to go with, since you won't give it, is that you're a fan of somebody else that I happen to be in possession of incriminating receipts. And you're afraid that I might ruin their platform and ruin your fun. That is not my mind. And no, Jenna should never be mentioned. Because she doesn't do anything to nobody. Framed it like you did. Because if you didn't care about anybody on the app, why would you care if my content was about the people on the app? Then why would you put it in such a negative way to where it would be negative if my content was about the people on the app? So somewhere inside of you, through your first question, you would have to have some care for the people on this app. Right. Why care enough to come into a live and ask your question? Since they're not going to give you a proper answer, I'm going to say it would be to try to incite people, to make them angry, to be like, oh, I'm going to ask you a question and you're going to feel insignificant about yourself because the idea behind your content is about other people. It really is an underlying insult of you don't have any talent. You don't have any contribution. Your only contribution is other people. And if you look at it negatively, that's what you would get out of that question. But if you looked at it positively, like I did, you would actually answer the question as it stood. There are two sides to everything. You can take the positive route and be productive, or you can take the correct, Nicole. The point of these lives is being proven every minute. Nobody takes a box to have a conversation in a calm, relaxed area. One that won't explode with negativity on one side or the other. Because, look, if someone came over here, say if Malibu came over here to have a conversation, I would respectfully ask everybody to not trash her, to not... Do you have any references that I would turn on somebody on a dime? I would like references of my prior behavior that would insinuate that I would turn on somebody on a dime. So since it's taken you so long to find a reference of me turning on somebody on a dime, I'll give you one. Rutina. Rutina expressed that it just seemed like I turned out of nowhere. And I did. But I addressed that earlier in the live. I've addressed it a few times, but I don't mind addressing it again. Did I? Yes. I found out some stuff I could not morally align with, and I was no longer good. Where I may have failed would be the conversation about it. But At the time, I thought there was no conversation that could fix it and why it's happening, to avoid any unnecessary blowups. Well, we're not going to have account names like that in here. You can still stay, but you will not be able to speak because that is an unacceptable term. Very wrong, but it's okay. It shows the level people are willing to go to incite some type of anger, to incite some type of like negative response. Yeah, it's rage bait. That's what it wants. And that's why they're like, yeah, it's rage bait. That's what it wants. And that's why they're like with the questions like, oh, we're trying to be negative. They can't be. That's okay. It'll be met with logic though. And positivity. I never said nobody owed me anything. Can I have a reference to that? You see, the cool part about like accusations and stuff is when you got, a low number of people, they're actually paying attention to what you do. So like, if I ever thought anybody owed me anything, well, I would appreciate if somebody spoke up that knows me. Hey, people are garbage. How are you? I get the reference to your name. I know, and I see why you think that. I don't really think that, but I respect that you do. Welcome to the shit show. Do you have? There you go. That's fair. Is that your way of being like, be silent, get off live? Because it feels like an intimidation tactic, honestly. And when you want other people silenced, well, that means that you just don't have a very, very valid argument. It means that your opinion struggles under the slightest scrutiny. Fair enough. Have fun. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Anybody's welcome to a box. Except for like the hard no people. But you got to understand, like, there are rules to a conversation when like a lot of emotions are involved. It promotes that both people get to say exactly what they feel without judgment. It might be tattoos and Cadillacs, honestly. It looks like an account that he would have. If it is, I'm sorry when you got your opportunity. You blew it. I don't really try to think too much about who the backups are. I'll answer a question here or there just to see if they'll, respond back. But it really puts their mentality into question. They think they're better than everybody, but they don't say anything with their whole chest. They think they can judge everybody, but their own actions, they should probably judge themselves. I don't know where the shit show you found over here is, but it's pretty calm over here. Hey, what's up?
Florida man,
What's up?
I was checking on you.
How you doing?
Life is lovely. People are garbage.
I believe your 98% of people are garbage when it's all angry and people are like, there's 400 people and everybody's shitty. But 98% of people in here are not garbage. Like, there's a lot of good people in here.
I don't know who's in here. Will I regret coming in here?
No, you shouldn't.
Coming in here?
No, you shouldn't.
If we have no beef.
No, we have no beef. I do want to point out a fact, though. The Welcome to the Shit Show, you said, I'm not anybody y'all would know. But then when confronted with the question, are you the lyrical idiot? Your answer of, you'll never know if I am, tells me that you know who the lyrical idiot is. And, that shows me that I'm not anybody y'all know was a lie. But anyways.
Florida man, I have concerns about Bobby still hanging around. I think he's still sitting and plotting and doing weird shit. I don't know if you have the same.
Yes. Because, look, let's be real. I drove him off the internet several times by making fun of his mom losing her arm.
Well, he had a lot to say about your family.
And I didn't pay attention to any of it. And I think that's where me and Bobby kind of separate, is because Bobby gets in his own head about a lot of stuff, about how irrelevant he is, about how useless of a person he is, about how I just use the term person specifically instead of man on the spot because I could never call him that. There's a lot of things that Bobby has a problem with.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think you're good. I think one of the biggest things that he has a problem with is the fact that he has to lift up his front butt, and when he pees in the toilet, it sprays all over the wall. Like, he has no control over it, and it's like an any penis. So
that's why he never wanted to meet me in person.
Yes. Also, he told you he was like 6'3" or 6'4". He's like 5'5".
Yeah, and you're 5'8".
Yeah, I'm 5'8", for sure.
Same thing.
It's the same thing, 5'5" and 6'3". Who's counting? Who's looking up? Nobody at Bobby.
Should I? No, I think that Bobby has gone to extremes to try to be relevant, and he wants to be involved, and he did that weird character account, and it was proven it was his account. I have proof. And he's gone to extremes to try to pick and poke at people and start drama when he knows that people aren't speaking. It's sad.
So that action figure account, it was insane. Like
No,
the
it was
people,
well, Polly and Bobby were involved 100%.
well, the people that like
I have proof.
they measured his face. The one where he did like the filter, they measured it and then put it to his actual smart. Some of the most intelligent people.
No,
And
the
then,
what the character they made for me
yes, yep, I know that
with
story. Don't tell it.
if you don't have the recording from Polly,
I
then
do.
well,
I listened to it and I'm like, that's a great observation. You would know that because it's you. And then animate it being taken out of the package and put together piece by piece on the arm, and then she held her little tombstone above her head, and then the big fat ginger and a purple bra, me, was playing with the action figure, and at the end it advertised her crawling out of her grave, and
man,
the coffin accessory was going to be on sale next week. Okay, like that's the coffin accessory was all that, but he left the app before I could put the coffin accessory out there. That bastard.
no, he never left.
I know he left the action figure world though, because I did it better than he did.
He definitely failed on that one. I got outside threats. I got threats from him telling me that and it was only because I guess I'm not going to say his siblings' names. If you want to, you can. But
No.
whatever. You have a screenshot.
Let me explain who Bobby is, because I just told a horrific story, and people are like, "Who's Bobby?"
Who's Bobby?
Bobby is Tattoos and Cadillacs. Tattoos and Cadillacs is a rather large, round individual who is racist. Said many racist things toward many people that I like. Who is proven to be contacting minors on Facebook, which I don't know if anything is going on, but I know as an adult male. Hold on one second. I know as an adult male that I am not contacting minors on Facebook. That is weird. But also, he's probably one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever met on this app. He's the only person, honestly, that if provoked one more time, I will be going live to piss on his mother's grave. That is where I'm at with him.
I didn't see him do anything on live. Never mind. I'll shut up. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Take his ass out.
He was from the Lisa Richards days. Sure was. Said some nasty stuff there.
he
He was the one that
did.
said, "My headphones, I can hear your heart murmur." Fuck him. Said vile shit to women all the time, and not in an argumentative way. And I want to be derogatory to you and just call you like something disgusting. And then he would say like the weirdest insults. He'd be like, "You look like 7 cans of shark shit." I didn't know shark shit came in a can.
Shark shit. He did that to Cartel. He was super proud of it, and he did things about Cartel. He said that she was a knockoff Wendy Williams. He definitely only went racial, and oh my god,
Is that when he took the N-word with the hard R and then put it on repeat for 30 minutes on a video?
I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't put that up because I didn't feel like it was appropriate to spread such hate. But I can know about it, and I can definitely trash him.
Hey, they're gonna fuck with me too, and I probably shouldn't have come up here.
Don't worry about that.
Well, you got your fucking schizo on the sidelines.
She hasn't fucked with me for a while that I know of, which I appreciate.
Oh, I'm
Either
proud
that
of
or I
her.
have tattoos and Cadillacs.
I apologized. I was like, I'm sorry that I said that he gave me flowers. He didn't.
That was funny. People got so mad about that.
She lost her shit.
Tattoos is not friends with Boss Hog. That I know of. But Boss Hog, I used to fuck with him all the time because he would lie about being racist. But now he admits it. And all I ever want out of anybody is honesty. Still don't like him.
I don't think Tattoos has never left. Okay? He has not left this app one bit. He likes the rage bait. I was actively part of him. Ha 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 ha. Watch them do this. Watch them do this. Watch them do this. And talking to different parties while he actively tried to rage bait people. So he didn't leave. He's here. Hi,
I
Bobby.
know. I noticed that Shit Show account hasn't spoken in a while. And I was being like funny and insulting towards Tattoos and Cadillacs, which if they were really here for this shit show, they would have enjoyed that. But if it was Bobby, he's probably crying about his mom's arm.
Stop.
Absolutely not.
Well, you know, I wouldn't condone that. His mom has been gone since he was 18 years old. I mean,
No.
moving forward, the kid's in his 40s.
Hear me out. Okay, logically, hear me out. When he was talking all that mess, and I said something about his mom, and he stuttered, and I said, "You're a mama's boy, ain't you?" And he didn't really answer. I said, "When I find out who you are, I'm going to drag your mother across this whole app." Now, at the time, it would be reasonable for me to be positive and hope that she was alive and well. But when I found out who he was, she was not. I am a man of my word.
Well,
I
you
stick
drag
to
him.
my word.
And should I apologize? I feel like I should apologize to him publicly. Like, hey, sorry, I posted your shit.
Didn't he dox you?
He definitely maybe gave permission to other people on mugshots on things that were not a conviction.
And spread that false narrative about you.
Well, it was ugly. Even Schizo tried to tell me that I got arrested for something else than what it really was. She's like, "Oh, I know what it was." And
The best thing you can do is not worry about it. Your response is valid, whatever your response was. It doesn't matter what it was. But I also feel like my continued response to Bobby is valid because, well, he's just like a cancer in the community.
well, he will never stop.
That's why I say he's like a cancer.
He's not like you that will go on your main page and say who you are. He's like I'm gonna sit and make weird pages about everyone and ha ha ha. And he thinks it's really fancy when everybody else goes at each other. And he watches them on live and he's like, ha ha ha. It's fucking stupid.
Well, I am happy that he does that because I'm unashamedly who I am. I'll say what I want in public. And I'm glad that I was a part of making that a reality.
Well, honestly, he was one of the best trolls ever. And
I don't know. He kind of stand up to me. I trolled him full chest and hurt his feelings several times. Okay, so here's another story about tattoos and Cadillacs. We all know this. I went to his mother's memorial.
I got that removed.
I still have the screenshot. And the fact that I did it does not negate the fact that it's removed. It being removed does not excuse anything. If people have like somewhat of a problem with that, I agree. It's problematic behavior. But Bobby's a problematic person.
And I don't even hate the kid after all this time. Like, I don't even hate him. It's just the profiles of my kids. That shit pisses me off. I need to leave my children alone. That would be fucking awesome.
It would. There are reasons why I steady step on it. And you're one of them. And, Cartel's another one, and many other people that Cartel's another one, and many other people that he has fucked over, that he has said awful shit to, that he has made feel the kind of way. I will always make him feel the way he's made other people feel. Whether it's posting videos and pretending like I'm in his town, or I will say it unashamed with my full chest, not even on a backup account.
Well, don't do it for real.
Well, I mean it. And that's
I think you would, though.
I would.
I think you would. I think you would go and do that.
I would. I agree, Nacho. Just gonna make him go at it more. Bobby's a weird one, where he'll like hide and be like, "Oh, see that? Shit show account's gone." Because when you start talking about Bobby, and I join up and I start talking about missing arms and all that good stuff, it hurts his feelings and he goes away because he doesn't have a response for it.
Hey, FM. Have we had conversations or anything?
No.
I've been accused of things, and...
What things have you been accused of?
Apparently I'm horrible. I've just... When was we've talked, like... I don't even have his fucking phone number. I message him privately and say, hey, I have concerns about this schizo bitch. And
I rarely answer, as I do everybody else. It's no offense to anybody in particular, but like, I don't have like constant communication with a lot of people. Even though it would be there if I would get over whatever it is and respond.
Well, there is still no hate. Nothing but love.
Nope, we're good. Except for Bobby, we're not good. I gave Bobby one chance. I gave him one chance. I'll always shit on him now. Unless he wanted to come up here and have a conversation, then I would have one with him, but I don't think he could answer questions any better than that shit show account that he was on when he was in here.
Well, I don't know anything about all this new craziness.
It ain't new. It's just a new approach.
Well, it's none of my damn business.
Well, the approach is people love to trigger people and to try to get them to respond and be negative and then feed into it. Then the negativity spirals and people get views. If people want to stream me, they're going to have to stream me calmly talking about how they're not willing to get into a box for a conversation.
Who's streaming?
Probably a few people.
So what's so scary about Florida Man?
Don't know.
Why are they scared to have a conversation with you? It's not that scary if you talk to them.
It's not. But when people are in the wrong, they get this, like, oh my God, he's going to pick it apart. I'm going to look like shit.
Well,
we'll use Smashley and Malibu as an example. They are afraid to have a conversation, even though like an account came over and said, "Hey, one time Smash said you come take a box." I don't feed into the negativity. I trust that the chat over here will be positive. They won't bash Smashley or Malibu. No problem coming over here. They're going to use that as me declining a box over there to try to make it look like I won't take a box. But the negativity argument is valid. They try to make people slip up, and then they get mad when it doesn't happen. And then, if I don't derail the conversation, they're going to have to. If it's over here and everything's calm and everything's good, if they try to derail the conversation, it becomes very obvious that they're trying to hide something.
What do you think they're hiding?
I think they're hiding the fact that both Smashley and Malibu were with Stephanie, posting the Muffin Man's children on all those accounts for the last, however long. I think they fear that if they come take a box over here, that I would question them, they would lie, and I would immediately be able to show a receipt that would disprove their lie in front of everybody, and it would hurt their feelings. And, they would have to go and say, here's fake receipts, like they did last night when Smashley made a text and said, I made this just to show you guys how easy it is to make fake receipts. I'll show it to you. And then she went and posted it without
receipts.
This is what Smashley made. She posted with oof, but nothing about her saying on her live that she made it just to show everybody.
I don't even know those people. I've been long gone.
Well, the content of the text, she did it on purpose. She posted it like this and said it was fake on her live, and that she made it to show everybody how easy it was to make a fake receipt when nobody asked her. But the after effects was, this is going around, and she's going to be able to use the argument that I said it was fake, even though she shouldn't have made it to begin with, and it destroys our credibility that she has. And when she puts the content like it is, like, oh yeah, the one with the Muffin Man's kid's picture, I got to be honest, she didn't. I made that up to get back at Smash, all that shit. That kind of content tells me that Smashley's probably in possession of others like this. But also, the fact that she made it so quickly, when I didn't even put her receipt out like this, I was playing audio. And she got nervous. And she just like, here's how you make a fake receipt, guys. All of his stuff's fake. Smashley, it was audio.
So ignorant shit apologized and owned her shit in private text, and I don't know if she's done it publicly, but I've had my kids. I've had my kids drag all over the fucking internet. So let's get it.
Right. And House of Lies, the fact that she picked that particular subject was because so she could release it and it would like cast doubt and make me look like I just make stuff up to get back at people. But then her argument would be, I said it was fake on the live, but you still posted it, but you made it with that kind of subject. Weird. I agree. I don't think making a fake text thread is appropriate for any situation. Did she go over that with Malibu real quick and text each other back and forth and then change the name to Florida Man? Because pretty much pre-game in everybody's mind to think, oh, everything he puts out is fake. That's the coffin lid closing right there for every single person, every single time they've ever said stuff that I put out is fake. That's the last argument they have that someone says, it's okay, I'll deal with these people. They know what I have.
In what way?
With honesty. House of Lies, she said, that she made this receipt to show everybody how easy it is to make a fake receipt, and that all Florida Man's receipts are fake. But
That's crazy.
What's even more weird is I wasn't even showing video. I was playing audio. I was playing their own voices. And then she posted it in that way.
Not a Florida Man dick writer, but I've never seen that man come with fake receipts.
I would have been put out for a hell of a long time ago, because receipts are really easy to disprove, is what people don't understand.
Not when they're in your phone.
Right. And Nicole's right as well. People that don't have something to hide wouldn't put that kind of effort into proving you're wrong.
I'm going to get so much hate for being here right now.
You shouldn't. Because if you do...
I already did. I got videos posted about me from people that have protective orders.
Well, don't mention that here. But the thing is that nobody should hate anybody for any association with anybody. Never once.
Nothing but love for you.
Well, never once have I tried to dictate who people associate with.
And I appreciate you so much for not ever being hateful, because I was so, like, in between sometimes. Like, I understand where they're coming from. I understand where they're coming from. And I was, trying to listen to both sides. And when I not picked a side, but apparently third parties decided that I picked a side, and I picked your side, and I'm horrible.
I was unaware that I was a part
I didn't even know
this side chooser thing.
Well, I'm just gonna say, if it comes down to it, I would put money on Florida Man's books before I ever would anybody's money card at the casino.
I never dictate who anybody can hang out with. I trust the people that I talk to that they're not in it for any malicious reason. But then, some malicious reasons do pop up, but that's not on me, because I gave full trust that they want it. And that's the opportunity that I give everybody. If they do, that's on them. If they don't, that's also on them. Other people's relationships with other people are none of my concern.
And if this man goes to your house and steals from you, then...
Oh, that was a blatant lie. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I was joking.
It's just the weird shit that they say and why they say it. It's like, why did you say it? Like, if we want the real story out, I don't want to shame anybody, but it's weird. So, what? Fuck it. Let them run whatever they want.
Fuck, I'm going to get so much hate for this.
It's an example of people shouldn't hate people just because I'm sitting up here, because you're not really being terrible. You're just being you. You're allowed to talk to whoever you want to.
Well, I get hate from that schizo bitch, and I was wondering, why are you mad at me? Because I told you the truth, and then I got so many messages saying you were on with the Enabler, or there was some other shit, and I avoided all of that.
So, on the Skittle shit, better you than me. I mean, I have not noticed her.
Better you than me. She's fucking talking shit to me.
Better you than me. Like,
oh my God, she already has your phone number. No.
Better you than me. I haven't noticed it.
I don't want to talk to her.
Do what I do. Don't pay attention. Block every account.
To her.
Do what I do. Don't pay attention. Block every account. Like, there are hard no people. Like, She's one of them. She knows it. I appreciate that she ain't like actively tried to openly fuck with me. And I'm not even going to accuse her of being on any backups. I just appreciate the fact that she has left me alone.
Has she?
I'm taking it that way. It's the only way I can take it.
I mean, that's awesome.
It is.
That's a fucking win right there.
It is a win.
That's a fucking win right there.
It is a win. You got to look at the positives, and it goes to show that I really don't want anything to do with her, but I also don't want her to in her words, I don't want the van to finish the job. Okay. I don't want her to die. I just ain't in me. But I also would not like to be around her. So I hope she respects that. And so far, so good.
I would never hate Schizo, and when I came to her, I just wanted to be honest. Change Florida man.
Well, you went to the wrong side of TikTok, honestly, because
that's the only reason we all find out the truth.
Because if you look at everybody, for the most part, you're trying to just fight, argue, and make it up. And they point at me like I'm a villain that's going to take him somewhere in life. And I'm like the most evil thing ever. And they can rally the troops against me. And I'm just like, cool.
It's okay. I am encouraging you. That's what I was told. And I basically force you to
That's okay. I would like.
I can't say that person's name.
Well, don't talk about that person at all. Even anything they say, anything like that, don't talk about her at all. That's not here. That's not a here thing. That's not a there thing. That's not a private.
Well, I don't feel like it's appropriate for anyone to sit and tell someone that it's hateful for you to speak the truth, be honest, or even tell someone they're wrong. That's my opinion.
Right and wrong is what it is. There's a different right for everybody. There's a different wrong for everybody. But sometimes you do things. Sometimes you see things that people do, and it's just morally unacceptable. And I'm going to contact somebody's greatest and used it against them. And to me, that's morally unacceptable. Do I have fault in our argument? Yes, because I flipped all of a sudden, which can be kind of confusing to some people.
You don't talk to somebody's rapist.
Well, she did.
You don't do that.
Well, that's morally unacceptable to me. But I see the better way I could have handled it was to tell her instead of putting it on her. When I say it's confusing, I don't mean she's any less intelligent. It would confuse me. This Brooks stuff confuses me. So you start to see where you could have done something differently. In my case, I could have got a hold of her and been like, hey, you did this shit. I can't, don't be surprised.
Are they okay?
Yeah.
Well, I would be scared if you talked to someone that did that to me.
Right. And that's why it's morally, I can't associate with people who do that. And with no remorse either. Because even on my live, she just was like, I'll do it again too. And then that becomes the solidifying factor of I can't fuck with you. I used to like her. I used to respect her. A very likable person, for sure. But no matter how much you like somebody, there's a limit, especially when it comes to that. Nicole, silence women. It's the exact opposite. I try to not silence people.
What boundaries are there when it comes to the way they treat you and you treat them?
The way they treat me, they feel justified. They treat me, they feel justified because I might say that you're wrong, or I might say that I don't agree with that, and then they feel justified. So a big thing on this side of TikTok is the weaponization of platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go live and I say something that's triggering, like this person, and I lie about them, and then I try to get the whole platform to attack them, like go talk shit, mass report, and all that shit, it's nasty. People do it to me. I specifically don't do it to people, though, as of last night, as an example of last night. Where
I've avoided this side.
You should.
Well, here the fuck I am.
Nicole, what about last night's random live confused you? Because last night's live was not meant to flow in any particular way.
And what's weird about Florida Man is he doesn't like to lead to confusion. It's often he's like, I want to get right to the point. So,
Enablers, yeah. Mine was meant to be confusing because it was meant to show Smash Lady Malibu that I know.
What happened with Enabler? Can I please ask?
Yeah. So with Enabler, she had fucked over a lot of people.
Well, I've had beef since like Scam Server. So, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we're not going to mention. We're going to move forward, not backwards. So mention nothing from the past, and only what's forward.
Over a year, I've had issues with Enabler.
So Enabler came into my live, or was it my live? She came somewhere I was. I think it was my live, and asked, "Hey, after you wrap, it was my live. After you wrap up your live, I'm going to go live. Can you come to a box? We can have a discussion." And no comments, no nothing. I asked her what the topic was. She said, "Well, can you just come?" I said, "Sure," because I liked Enabler before she fucked people over. When she fucked people over, I chose to respectfully not put my input in, out of respect for the friendship, that I had with her and Turtles, and I didn't want to fuck anything up for the friends that she fucked over. Everybody respected it. I did not mention her. I did not talk shit about her.
For a long time.
Exactly. And I was just, the people that got fucked over got this. If I'll talk to them, I'll try to make them feel better, but I just don't think it would respect the friendship that I had with her and Turtles to just fucking turn and trash her. Just didn't want to. Didn't think it was necessary for me. Really, I was bothered by it. So what I did was I put our friendship on a pause and just stepped away. If she would have fixed stuff with the people, I would have gladly have unpaused it and continued where we were. Probably better because I would have been like proud of her for fixing it with them.
Right.
But she did that shit last night, and it was just weird.
She didn't fix everything with everyone?
No.
Fuck that. Okay.
No. But then she did the thing last night where it was just like a bash session, like defending Stephanie. Like, did she really make, like, yes. Like, why are you defending Stephanie? And then she let Cassandra up in the box, which is really weird to me since she was so emotional about that shit Cassandra said about her, over the top emotional. I defended her against Cassandra wholeheartedly, and I still do, even today, because I still don't stand by the shit Cassandra said. I'm not going to change my idea that what Cassandra said is wrong just because of who she said it to. What she said was wrong. That's it. But she did that, and yeah, that was it for me. I will speak openly about what she did and how she did it. Openly about what she did and how she did it.
What did she do? What did she?
Well, she had her tubes tied, and then she was going around saying, "I'm pregnant," and then all of a sudden, "I have a miscarriage." Build up pity.
Hell no.
Trigger people emotionally and ask them for money afterwards.
Really?
Yep.
For fuck's sake, Enabler.
Well, it's not just that. She did that a few times. But to other people, it was always like build up pity, build up like a need. And people liked her. That's the sad part. People actually liked her. I actually liked her.
Oh, no, I liked her, except we had beef and it all ran back to a different server. But
We had to be before me and Enabler did, but that got set aside. And we were good. I thought we were good. I gave her a genuine opportunity. And you know what? Even when she fucked people over, I was still giving her that opportunity because, you know, you fucked over people that I like Perfect and Trouble and Amber. You fucked over a bunch of good people.
Well, I love them, and I think they're perfect, so.
But then it makes you think, like, even up until yesterday, I had cut any thought about her fucking over prior people and why they thought about her fucking over prior people and why they were mad at her. I just set that on the back end. I was like, those people aren't my people, so I'm not going to be concerned. I'm not going to put everything together. I'm not just going to bash her and attack her. But she wanted to bash and attack me randomly out of nowhere when I didn't do anything. I sent her a message afterwards. And it pretty much said, in a very nice way, I'm good. I thanked her for what she did with my time with Skittles because I do appreciate that still. I'm not going to discredit what I feel somebody did for me.
Right.
And I'm never going to fuck with her again. There's under no circumstance will she ever get another opportunity to do anything.
I was shocked a little bit. I think that Enabler was supposed to be this ride or die. Well, I don't want to go deep down into Enabler. She is not who the fuck I thought she pretended to be.
Is she a good person? Deep down, yeah. I can see that.
Think so?
I've seen her be a good
I fucking highly doubt it.
I've seen her be a good person to people.
I doubt that.
I'm not going to warp my perception of my entire time around her just because of that. To be completely honest about her, I think she can be a good person. It's just maybe the temptation of like...
send her some money for some mota.
No, I never sent her no money. I never sent anybody no money. But
well, she'll be your friend then.
Well, that's the thing. She was a friend to me without the money. Like, that's how I know she can be a good person. She was people's friend without the money. It's just maybe sometimes people are good people, but they get a little too like lured in by the I can get more out of people, and that's a feeling that people have to get under control.
No, there's like a okay. So if you covered people with garbage and told them to dig their way out, she would be like, if you say there's a good person, it would be the one that dug theirself out.
I get why you have that opinion. I do.
I know. Shut up.
And it's okay that you do. It's fine. You're allowed to have it because of your experience with her. But my experience overall was good. But it was just not somebody that I will fuck with again because of how they are. If they're willing to do that, well, if they're willing to fuck people over and do that, I'm good. People over and do that, I'm good.
Well, giving the opportunity to be honest and then failing multiple times, it was, what the fuck are you doing?
That's fair.
Lying. She's lying.
But hear me out. Just try to look at it from my perspective. You don't have to change your mind. But my perspective is that we can't discount the good times that we have with people and then turn them into a monster just because at the moment we don't like them. At the moment, I do not like her at all.
I had one good situation with that woman at all.
Yep, and that is what shapes your perspective. And that's totally valid. And
And
like,
I can't be mad at you for how you feel about her. So
I also don't want to demonize her and be like, oh my God, she's such a terrible person, when it can be proven that I enjoyed my time around her while I was. So
Oh my.
is really what makes people think, because she can't discount and discredit the fact that
But she can,
she had a good
and
time
she
around me.
can discredit every damn penny that everyone sent her. Everybody discredit that.
No, I don't want to discredit that either. But that's the process that the next people that get to know her will see. That if somebody that don't like her,
She's not just a dry beggar, she's a straight up beggar.
well, here's the thing. If people look at the whole situation, they'll see that she can be very nice to people and people can enjoy her company. But they have to watch out for what she's capable of doing, which is, the signs of sending money, the signs of just like turning for for Stephanie, for attention, all of that. They'll pay attention to the signs of her. If we all sit here and we're dishonest, if I'm dishonest about my whole experience with her, then that makes it like I'm lying about her. And I don't think anybody's inherently a bad person.
No, I think you probably fucking sent her money.
No. If I did, I'd talk shit about it. 100% of the way.
You would?
Oh yeah, last night I was doing her fucking face. Like, I'm not even, no joke. Like, because last night it was annoying because just the fact that she acted that way when she got grace after grace after grace. And it just showed me that she's out for herself. And I equate it to...
she had consideration and feelings like for Imperfect and everyone that she gave money to, and like you, she was considerate, right?
So she would invite me to go live with her when she needed numbers. And I would notice that. But you know what? I'll share it. I'll go live with her and give her numbers. Last night, I equated it to, here's your 15 minutes of fame. I hope you make something out of it and make some money off of it instead of asking everybody else for money and me for the attention. Take this last 15 minutes of fame and make something out of it. I want her to do well. I don't want to see her fail, but I also don't want to be a part of either her failure or success. And I'm not going to like demonize her, talk shit about her, whatever. I'll speak on what she did, and while remaining honest about my experience with her as a whole. And I think that's the fairest thing that anybody can do about anybody, because that is not given to me by anybody.
I'm not mad about it. I ain't mad at you, nothing but love.
Well, imagine if people were actually honest about their experience with you. There wouldn't be...
Bring it. Shit, let's go.
There wouldn't be near as much shit talked about you. People are friends with you. You do stuff for them. You talk to them. You're a friend to them. And then when it doesn't work no more, all of a sudden, it's fuck you. And everything's negative.
Is that how you feel like it went?
No. I want to be nice to you if I did. I feel like...
Not me and you. I'm not asking about me and you.
Well, we haven't talked in forever.
Nothing but love.
No, so...
No, I just mean on a social media level. Like, where do you stand and what are your boundaries when it comes to certain people?
That right there. Cassandra. That's one of my boundaries for sure.
God, she's gonna fucking post my picture everywhere.
I blocked her. I'll speak on Cassandra whether she's doing or not. But my boundaries are this. Why be a weirdo and follow me around if you don't like me?
So what? Okay, off limits for you. Because I've seen your limits. And if you fuck a Florida man, then your mom might pop up, headstones might pop up, we might have special guest craziness. What is what's Florida man's limit?
Several things. There's several, and I stand against them on this app all the time, contacting people's abusers, like rapists, all that. Yeah, I'm good on that. Like, I don't do that. I would never do that. Why would I ever do that? Like, that's weird. That's wild. There are a lot of things that are not right, but I'm not always right. Okay? If we're being honest. Everything with Bobby, I'm not right on purpose. I'm wrong on purpose.
Shut your ass up, Mike.
I'm just saying. And it's all of how my behavior should determine who wants to associate with me as other people's behavior does with me. And my behavior should not be a reason for absolutely anybody, not a single person, for me to be the sole purpose that they get on this app. Follow around, stream, talk about,
There are multiple people that do that, and you know that.
I do know that, yes. Yes. I call them my hate group.
No. Well, it turned crazy when you said something nice about Bobby.
I did give Bobby a chance. I did. I feel like everybody deserves at least one opportunity.
Tell Bobby that my hands want a chance to swing.
When all that stuff happened, I could tell he was lying, and that he just wasn't willing to be honest. And when we come out of a conflict like that, where it's all about him being honest, he was still talking about the FBI, and he's like, he was an agent for 20 years. And I'm just like, dude, come on, stop. Like,
I kept my damn mouth shut, and I was so respectful to that weird, short, fat fuck.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm
no.
forward. I'm sorry.
It's Bobby. I just talked about making an action figure out of his mom, and the arm was the accessory. That's way more tame than I've done.
See, all he did was talk about the accessory.
Mm-hmm.
And
I knew the accessory would get him.
All right, go hard. Fuck it. Let's have an accessory.
What,
I
his mom bar?
needed one.
Well, what other accessory would I give his mom as an action figure?
Well, she only needed it from the elbow under.
I couldn't put a picture of him because that would mean that she actually respected him as a person or would approve of who he grew into be. I would be lying. But I am annoyed that the account went away before the coffin accessory came out, because I was going to be able to like put her in it and then open up the lid and shut the lid and shit. Like, that whole video is made. I just haven't seen him like confirm to put it out there to be like, hey, I made this. You forgot this part.
Okay. I'm sick of him making these different profiles and making his way into that situation when I don't even know fucking Retina. I don't know any of these people. I'm like, I barely walk into a live and all these people are mad. I don't know shit about any of them.
Well, are they mad at you?
Here is a tattoos account in the comments trying to fuck people over.
Huh. Are they mad at you?
No, they're picking and poking at you.
No, that's okay. Don't let that like determine whether you want to like.
Well, it's just that I know it's him.
Well, like Retina and Holly Mae, they deserve people to give them a chance, even though I don't like. That should not be anybody's like determination of if they're going to like them or give them a chance or not. We don't have to like the same people, and I ain't hating on nobody for if someone came in and was like, I like Holly Mae. Well, good. I'm not trying to turn you against Holly Mae at all. I don't.
I'd rather speak privately about the whole Polly situation because I got like 3 phone calls. If that's real.
What about it?
You're in contact with Polly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with being in contact with Polly.
I'm not mad about it.
Can't be.
I don't want Polly claiming that everybody else had everything to do with something that I already cleared up a long time ago.
Polly is not in the mess.
Well,
Not in the drama.
she kind of, I mean, I got like 5 messages about how she's blaming other people.
And you have to. Are you in contact with Polly?
Not since.
You cannot take what other people are saying as like full-on word, because they play off of your fears and they play off of your anxiety.
I'm not scared of that bitch.
Well, it brings anxiety to be like this, that, or the other, and people know that. People try to rile people up with stuff that like triggers people. I can assure you, Polly's not in a mess. Polly's much happier than Polly ever was, and it's because of the mess getting cut off. And at least from my perspective, if she's lying to me, well, at least I notice she's a happier person, and whatever she's doing is making her happy, and I ain't trying to push her.
I hope her caregivers help her.
Yeah, I'm not trying to push her to like. I'm not trying to discredit Polly at all. If she really is out of the mess and she really is happy, I'm happy for her.
She would probably call me.
I don't know. A lot of people are like, I'm associated with mess, but me and Polly showed the worst side of each other to each other for sure. We have both come to terms with what we have done to each other. I accepted where I was wrong, and vice versa. That's all you can really do. And then like, I won't just not believe somebody based off of the past. If we have come to terms and we have gotten to a point where
she's telling the truth and she's like really honest about tattoos,
I will give her the benefit of the doubt. I'll give her grace. I have to. And when you have a conversation with somebody and you set all that shit aside, you've got to set those feelings aside too. You can't automatically assume that they're lying. You have to.
They're always lies.
You got to give them that respect, and I do. I give her that respect. Polly has no reason to lie to me. She could be honest with me, and I'm not going to judge her.
Well, she always had fucking Bobby in the background.
And if she does now, that's okay. If she is still talking to Bobby, I would not even judge her for that. But I don't think she is.
I think she is.
And that's okay. I mean, from your experience and from my perspective, you're valid.
They would always lie. They would sit in VC and talk about how, oh my God, we're just going to make everybody go crazy. And then I'll go talk to this person and you go talk to that person. It was
tough, for sure. But, you know, before you believe anybody, even a text message, be like, hey, or some kind of contact, be like, hey, how's it going? Like, I'm hearing conflicting things. What's up? It's really easy to just get that.
Tell Polly that everybody else that she fucked over would like to hear that too.
Hear what?
What? I mean, she's claimed that I not only... She told everybody... I'm sorry, I don't want to do this on live.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, so in the moment, people look at what everybody's doing towards like me and towards like other people. In the moment, people will say whatever they want to try to get people on their side and rallied up together. And yeah, we've all had that moment. Polly too. But from my perspective with Polly, she is a very unpopular person. If you ask 100 people about Polly, there's not going to be very many that say, you know, they trust her. But if you don't give people grace, and if you're not going to really like give people grace when you have that conversation with them and you settle things, it was useless. So I have to take her for her word. And honestly, it's not even like she has any access to me in any way that would do any harm. And I don't think she would.
I don't owe her grace. And
well, no, you don't. But the conversation that we had, it's like when you settle stuff, you settle stuff. Like when I settle stuff, I really settle stuff. Like I don't like hold any lingering resentment. I don't hold any lingering ideas of what it was like, because what it was like was before we understood each other. Going forward, now that we do understand each other, that's a whole new chapter. You know, we
So
remember
it's a
that.
whole new chapter after you found out the truth about everything I told you, right?
No, so that was like, I blame that on Bobby, because Bobby's
Really,
very
Bobby and not Polly?
yeah, because Bobby's very influential, and I could definitely see Bobby lying and being like, "Let's do it this way. Just trust me," and she does,
He did. You're right.
and she would trust him, and he would take advantage of that trust, even though he knew himself that this was not the way to go. Polly is more independent, and if she's not listening to anybody and she's making her own choices that's best for her, I can't do anything but be happy for her. And that's an unpopular opinion, I know, but I'm not going to hate somebody forever.
Except for Bobby, right?
I don't even hate him. He's just garbage.
Well, after everything he did and the money I spent, fuck this shit.
Well, here's the difference between Polly and Bobby. Me and Polly got along when I was going live with her and all that. When I would hop up in her box and just make fun of Scammy Claus and shit, we were getting along. We had fun. Our conversations, they were fun. They were funny. Jokes, all that. Cool. It wasn't nothing malicious at all in those messages. It was just normal people talking back and forth. But then when you brought out all that stuff, I tried to tell Polly, hey, just be honest. And then all of a sudden, tattoos got fucking weird, and then Polly just disappeared out of nowhere. And then when she finally got back in contact, I got it. She explained what happened, and I'm not going to discredit her. I'm not going to be like, you're not telling the truth, because I wasn't there, and I can reasonably come to the determination that what she told me was probably true. She's acted different, much more happy, much less malicious. Like no malicious at all to me, or even shown to me. So, yeah, I can't let those feelings linger. And
Oh, she always swore that the whole thing started because you only wanted to see her boobs and she wouldn't let you see her boobs, and that was the whole thing. That was the whole point of a fucking server. It was Polly's Triple D server because
I laugh at that.
Well, it was that was real.
I know that's what she said.
Real thing that she said, that you were just so mad and jealous.
I know that's what she said. And I laugh at that. And she laughs at it too. That's the thing. It's like,
well, then why does she lead other people to believe that?
Because it worked. Or she thought it worked. But that's something that she would say. And when you look at it from like a general public perception.
No, I want to look at it from my perspective.
Well, no, I mean, if you just for a minute suspend your perspective and then look at it from the general public. When a woman says, a man got mad at me because I didn't want to do something sexual, the general public are normally going to believe you. Offer it. And
so she victimized herself?
Well, yeah, some people do that on this TikTok app here. I don't know if you've noticed. For attention,
so what did Polly do? I'm about to get pissed.
Don't get pissed. Laugh about it, okay?
No. Tell me what this ignorant bitch said.
Sent what?
Since January.
Normal.
What? Since January. January is when shit hit the fan. So.
Yeah, well, shit had been hitting the fan forever, but.
Well, and shit hit my fan in January.
You could have settled that earlier, but it's okay.
I'm sorry.
People fuck up. People make mistakes. People make decisions. And I
Are
think that
you
decision there to say, oh, Florida man got
angry,
mad.
Polly?
Hold on. I think that decision to do that was tattoos. That talk, just say this and people will believe you. That's the type of influence I feel like he just tried to spread on people. As look at it from the general public, not from your individual perspective. What is the public going to more support you on? Say that. I don't think Polly would do it again because it's not right. But I also don't think Polly's getting back in the mess either because she's much happier.
No, she's gone on live multiple times pretending she has drama that doesn't exist.
When?
The last time she was live?
Yeah. I don't know.
She had no drama. Nobody gave a fuck about Polly. I got 5 messages about Polly.
That's 5 people that cared.
5 people that were like, what the fuck is she doing? I'm not going in there.
That is working off of their negative experiences with her. And did Polly have negative experiences with people? Yeah, she did.
Where do you think I stand and where do you think I came from?
Exactly. But you gotta see where I stand and from where I came from too. Me and Polly, when I say we showed each other the worst of our beef, will probably never be, hopefully, never be replicated. Okay? We did awful shit to each other and was still able at the end
She still loves you.
to be like, okay,
Sounds like a weird love for you.
maybe it's the worst part of each other, and then what worse?
Love her? Is it because of her boobs?
No,
she swears it's because of her boobs.
that was like what, 2 beefs ago or something like that, two episodes ago.
Say it's not or confirm it.
No, not at all. Polly's good to me.
No, do you love her boobs or is it not her boobs?
I'm not sexual with any woman on this app really at all. You know this.
Are you obsessed with her boobs or not?
Not at all.
Okay.
But you know this. I'm not sexual with anybody. If I was, they would be popping up in fucking numbers.
No, you've never been like. No, you've never been like that with me. I don't know.
Yeah, every woman gets the same respect that they're human. I would rather talk to them than see them. No offense, but it just gets mad. And it becomes greedy too because there's a power dynamic. Or at least I perceive one, as some people might look at me and say, well, if I can hold this over his head, great. Some people want to do that initially, but it might get to that. And it could be seen as like a power dynamic. Like, I talk to people and people like me and people follow me. There's a little bit of something there. I don't want to take advantage of any of that kind of power dynamic. It would be like me doing exactly what I feel Dennis did by having people follow me and group chats and discords and stuff like that. I'm perceived as the leader and then I take advantage. That's not right.
I shall follow you forever. I'm just playing. I'm not in a Discord with him at all. It was a joke.
But that's just how I am. I can't knock Dennis for doing that if I am going to then turn around and do that. And I'm not missing nothing by not doing it. No offense to anybody. I would rather speak to you and have an intelligent conversation with you than to really turn it there.
Nothing but respect right there. Like, hey, what do you want? I want to get this out of the way and
right, how's the last? Your phone cut out there. I cannot hear you.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Your phone cut out. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. No, I think that Florida Man's always been upfront, honest, and wanting to clear all the air. And if you ask him if he's a piece of shit, he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm kind of a piece of shit. And I don't want to be held accountable for Florida man's actions, and I'm not gonna lie, I have Florida man's back. So
The thing is
well, it's
there's
so fucking scary to say that on live, and then you have to worry about all these weird people saying something that
that is on them. That's not on anybody else. That's on anybody else who wants to try to like. That's their attempt to isolate somebody, and people will get mad when it doesn't work. That's why, like, you can name, honestly, the people that have been bashed the most on this app. I'm good with all of them, mostly.
well, they get mad whenever they found out that phone calls are recorded.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about whatever. Any phone call that I have with anybody, they're welcome to record it. Because I'm not going to say anything on a call that I'm embarrassed about getting out.
Well, I can't say that here.
And like messages, I preempt 99% of my messages with, I'm a man, you're a woman, you have every right to leak the conversation. If I say something that makes you feel uncomfortable, have somebody else look at it, see it from a different perspective. If you want to post it on the internet, by all means, I will accept that because I said it.
And you have been respectful as fuck. I will give you that. Every time that you hear a name or anything, you show respect. When it comes to sending you things, you tell people, hey, you don't have to do that. I don't want you to do that. And they choose to. I have chose every time I gave you a recording.
You have, I don't ask you, because I don't want to put anybody in any uncomfortable position to send me any information on anybody. Whether it's receipts or anything like that, because that's your choice. And I don't want people to feel like obligated. I don't want people to feel like I'm going to send him this, and he's going to use it against this person, and then they're going to come at you. I get that totally.
You've always been respectful when it comes to that situation, and you know, if I choose to send you what I have, then I do that. You don't pressure. There's no request. Hey, please, people are garbage. Send me this. It doesn't.
It's because I don't care about the drama that much. All of this drama is weird.
Who the fuck are you telling?
Duchess? No, not a call. But you might have mistook that because you didn't get the Kool-Aid. When you came in. Mittens, you're slacking.
I would rather die than have the Kool-Aid.
You drank it. You're just not aware yet. No. But
Tell me.
a lot of people pressure people into sending receipts and all the information you can get on any one person. I don't care. You ain't got to send me anything for me to like you. There's no requirements. Honestly, people just deserve to be accepted for who they are.
Why would a grown woman send a grown man her belongings? Did somebody do that?
No, she misunderstood. That's a misunderstanding. She's talking about like receipts on people, like stuff that people have done, stuff like that, not belongings.
Have you been good? Someone?
Me? I've been good, yeah.
No.
Yeah, Duchess may have misunderstood. She might have came in at like a time where it would have sounded like that, but yeah.
I
No,
don't like the drama talk page. What is the page that is right there?
I don't look at other people's pages. I choose to not consume negative content.
Well, I probably shit on myself coming here, but I gotta go to.
What'd you say?
I probably shit on myself and they're gonna attack me.
Well, I am going to make an Amazon wish list. I will put some Depends on it, and I'll let you know if anyone sends it to me.
When can I fuck that? To Cassandra, Schizo, and I've never even had a problem with nincompoop. But if you come for me, I'm gonna come back, and there's a lot of heat with it.
Oh, well, that's okay, because like if people don't knock it off and start having conversations, and want to keep perpetuating the drama.
In a fucking live I was in, and
well, here's the thing: I got the solution, right? And I know the solution works because it's terrifying. But if people don't knock it off, start having conversations, and really start getting to the root of the problem, and then we can move on. If you want to do your drama stuff, you can do it over there. Leave me out of it. I'm going to give everybody the nuke button and all the tools to use it. Everybody. And that's everybody. That's people that like Stephanie, who use it on anybody. That's the silent watcher that nobody's ever heard but likes to stir shit. That's Sketch. That's everybody will have the tools necessary to sufficiently be terrified of everybody, and maybe hopefully it will scare everybody into being good. So we have time. What?
Unblock my burner.
Well, we have time to make things right before our time of being terrified of everybody happens.
So how does that? How do you fix that?
How do I fix what? Like the weird address in the chat?
I mean, it almost sounds like you're ready to light it on fire.
Yes, 100%. Fine, guys. I'll get the address out of the chat. I was enjoying it there for a second.
Who is it?
I was wondering whose it was. Yes. What's your suggestion for the wish list, Nicole?
I think that moving forward, you should tell people fuck off. I'm sorry.
Well, I think moving forward, I'm going to advocate for conversation to start getting to the bottom of all this weird stuff that people are going through. The mental gymnastics of how do I stay popular and point at others, vilify them, and use them to get the fake validation that they're a victim and this, that, and the other. And if that doesn't work, well, then I'm just going to hand the keys to a fucking whole nuclear arsenal to every single person that I come across by way of explaining behavior.
All right, give me the keys.
And the responses that some people could theoretically have if they were pushed to a point by behaviors that actually did happen. And I'm going to sit back and teach people, educate people why, like, it's not okay to do this if you do.
What behaviors do you expect?
Any. I got a whole list.
What?
And it's scary for people to think about that. Because like the silent watchers are what really bothers me. Because the silent watchers are the ones that are not problematic, but they like to have the most fun. Because like say people are vilifying me and I say something like, well, fuck you, or they have me up on their green screen. It's the silent watcher that's going to go through the nuclear handbook.
It's probably in somebody's VC right now. Fuck it.
Probably.
I took a risk right now going in here, and I value your opinion, and I want to know, like, moving forward, because, I mean, I'm not going to say everything, but
Well, moving forward, I'm advocating for people to conversate, settle their little issues, come to me and conversate. Let's get it all settled. Let's make everybody whole as we can get. And if we want to keep like drama and anger and just being a dick, I'm going to make sure that everybody is well equipped to provide consequences for actions, whether those actions are to them or they just think that they can get it blamed on somebody else. Great. That's the plan for me. So conversation should start happening.
okay, so behind closed doors, I think that some conversations, even when it comes to the people that like Enabler fucked over and she ripped off, are you willing to open the door for that?
For what, Enabler?
Enabler to will.
Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I will not open that door for Enabler. From a moral perspective, I gave her so much grace, and for her to turn around and do that shows me that I'm good. But that's how we eliminate people. Like, are you willing to have a conversation? No? Are you going to go live and start talking mad shit? Okay. But whatever. If you're a no person, which she is now, you're a no person. If you're Cassandra and you're a total
Don't treat people like that, please.
Yeah, I have to.
Well, don't treat people like, who's a nobody when it comes down to it? And this whole thing that everyone has built and they love and they're supportive of.
There's a whole group that has built the love and the support of making sure that I'm not here. Okay? And those are the nobodies. If you don't want me to exist, then you should probably make that happen by not fucking watching me. It's a really easy way to get somebody to not exist. Don't watch them.
I'm leaving right now. I'm just playing.
If people don't like you so much that they make their whole life about you, their whole thought process is about you, when they wake up in the morning and they hit TikTok, their feed isn't funny cat videos. It's, look what Florida Man said last night. That's probably where you got shit twisted just a little bit. Or when you look at me and you say, you're not good for anything other than the views that you bump me up. You also got that twist a little bit there too. But the people that are willing to have a conversation, great. Willing to settle it, great. Willing to move forward. And I mean truly move forward. I mean me and Polly level moving forward here. Great. It's easy to have a conversation and to move forward. You know, everybody knows. So many people know how awful Polly and I were to each other.
Why are we even talking about Polly's bitch ass?
Because it's a great example. of.
Let's talk about her.
Well, it's a great example of how awful two people can be to each other and still be able to move forward.
Okay, well, I still haven't told everything that she's done, so.
No, this isn't about you. This is about like Queen E. This is about like a lot of
She
other.
doesn't even know her.
No, I do. It's a great example. I'm sure Queen E has heard about Polly and the shits that I've done and the shit that the stuff that Polly's done. The stuff that Polly's done gets swept under the rug. I don't bring it up, and I'm okay not bringing it up because I'm not trying to bash her. I'm not trying to put that out there so people can fuck with her about it. Even though like Scammy Claus will. Scammy Claus is a fucking weirdo.
All right, I quit.
Okay.
Mike, you are not a weak ass bitch. Handle your business and.
What with Scammy Claus? She's weird as fuck.
With everybody.
Scammy Claus needs to use her petty pounder and get in a better fucking mood. That's what I say.
I think it's going to be recorded.
And if it's going to be recorded, let me say she also needs to follow up with the Pastor Blaster and really have a good time.
Now she needs to fix her face.
True. Well, people or drivers don't get along with either Polly or Neighbor. But Polly's a good example.
Polly and I can have a decent conversation face to face. Last conversation was garbage. And it is what it is.
Yeah, I have a question now. How did that conversation start?
It's recorded. Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. No. Was there a lot of negativity?
There was a bunch of deflection, and it was Polly said everybody else was to blame.
That's fair. Because sometimes
I'm being short.
Yeah, sometimes it's tough. Break it down. Don't try to race in the conversation. Break it down into smaller chunks. Like, what's the problem is too generalized of a question. You have to start very small.
That's something I don't feel comfortable having that conversation on a live no. Why would I do that here? It sounds stupid as fuck.
Education.
For who?
Everybody.
Sorry for your luck.
There's a lot of big public beefs that people want to like close off behind.
Polly's not here, and it would be better to have private.
Well, we don't have.
And I'm kind of disappointed you wouldn't encourage that to be private.
Which is the conversation, right? Both of you. There might need to be a mediator who can break down the question smaller.
I think I did.
Well, ask me a question. I'll give you an example.
What do you want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want to say?
Ask me just a random.
Hey, Mike, did you steal claw machines?
Well, that would be a generalized question. Claw machines would mean two. So do you mean that's what you have to do? And like in conversations where it's a lot of emotion involved, you have to take it a bite at a time. That way you can properly put out.
I highly doubt I would choose to be in that conversation.
Well, no, but it'll be about the topic.
Well, let's let it go, and I'll maybe drop.
When you ask somebody that you're having an argument with, why did you kick me in the shin? Well, that's a pretty direct.
In the what?
Yeah. It's an example. Just listen.
Hold on. Repeat that.
when you ask somebody that kicked you in the shin, why did you kick me in the shin? Well, that's not really a proper question to ask. What did I do to make you feel that way? What gets you in that position? Stuff like that. Smaller bites. That way you're not putting
So
out too
you
much emotion.
freaking poked at someone.
And
Okay,
not
so how do you
interrupt.
address that in an
I would,
adult conversation? I'm
by
sorry.
not interrupting. That's exactly how I would address it, by not interrupting.
Shut up,
Because
Tommy.
conversations are not about mid-sentence interruptions. No, absorb that whole thought and then break that whole thought down while you're asking another question. That's the best way. But small chunks at a time.
That's how you think I should handle that? Based
Everybody.
off of the relationship that I've had with people.
Yes. Learning how to do that is important.
So, do you think it would be productive for me to try to all those others?
If you want.
I don't.
That's totally. I'm not going to discourage anybody from talking to anybody. I'm confident enough.
But at this point, I do not see a reason to maintain a conversation with them because they can't do it with all of us and they can't do it privately and they will never treat me right at all. So
what makes you feel like people will never treat you right at all?
Change your mods and let's see.
What do you mean by that?
Your mods.
What about them?
Oh, there was the whole talking to enabler thing.
Even like me, my explanation of it is I can't discredit my whole experience with her just because of the last negative experience. I'm not going to demonize her, but that gives a good example for people to be like, I can completely walk away from somebody and not like them, but still be honest about your experience with them. People protected Enabler. It was her fault for fucking it up. The people that she ripped off were really good people. Like Imperfect Survivor, really good person. Trouble, really good person. Amber. The names go on and on and on, and I respect those people greatly. And they respected me and my decision to not involve myself. But Enabler chose to disrespect that and provoke instead of having a conversation about her issues that are with what is my business with her. She chose to argue an issue where she has no business in it. Like it was going to go somewhere.
No, but you better mod her.
Who?
Enabler.
Why would I do that?
She always asked to, so she could keep all of us out. Everyone who spoke against her.
And I always respected her wish, and I always would mod her when she would ask, so she would feel safe. That's a big part of keeping the people that you're around feeling comfortable. Can they abuse it? Absolutely. But that's their fault if they abuse it. It's not my fault for allowing my space to be comfortable for everybody that I respect.
But
Would I do
was that comfortable for everybody?
It was comfortable for everybody, I thought, because I trust people.
Right.
It's okay to trust people. It's okay to be like, I don't think you're going to fuck me over. Why would I ever think just going into it with a negative idea? And do I get fucked over? Yeah, but do I care? That's their fault. I didn't choose to do it. They did. They showed who they were. At least I was genuine with them.
So where was the big problem with Enabler?
With me, I respectfully chose to step away when she ripped all the people off. and hurt them, that's what I chose to do. And then she like popped up in my live randomly and was like, "You want to have a conversation?" My live, I'll shut the comments off, no mods.
Did he
Okay.
even call you privately?
I'll
She
have a
really
conversation.
she asked you to. I'm sorry.
On their terms. Especially like Enabler last night. Because, well, me and Enabler had built a respect for one another across that friendship. So I owed her, or felt like I owed her, the conversation on her terms. I even went in with a joke to try to like lighten the mood. But it was not a conversation about how, people feel. It's not a conversation about how that she could like make things better. It was a conversation about Stephanie and her racism, which Enabler has nothing to do with. Whimsical, because People Are Garbage definitely has had a long-standing problem with her, and I was good with her. And
should I do a disclaimer?
Sometimes sometimes it's hard for people to get their emotions out about people because they've been silenced.
I don't hate that woman at all. She has been around for a long time. We've never gotten along. She's never liked me. She can't stop me. So I don't know.
Well,
Enablers around, and I won't ever leave. I don't beg for money though.
It feels good to not be so negative. To be able to be like, well, that's really their problem. As long as you know you tried your best with them, and even if you never got an opportunity with them, that's two ways to look at it. Did you get an opportunity with them? No? Well, that's their fault. They're the ones that shut it off. They were closed-minded. It is what it is. Or did you get an opportunity with them and they chose to abuse it? Well, that's also their fault too, because at least you were genuine with them. Because in life, not every interaction is going to be good. But not also like not this many interactions has ever turned into like an actual stalking harassment situation.
There have been too many since then.
There's a lot. And to be completely honest, like, that door is shut with me. And it's shut with a lot of people. Because she's never going to make people whole. She will learn that one day, when she's got nobody left, when Turtles says, "Hey, you have been using me this whole time," when she goes off and uses the next person off of the internet,
she's not going to find anyone because she was called out.
This isn't the internet. This isn't the whole of the internet. This is just this side of TikTok. You can go to other sides of the internet, find new people, be a whole new person, make a new account, go do something else. Don't do anti-scam. Don't do this weird ass like side of TikTok. You can get on a whole nother one with all new people. And if
Enabler really did go out of her way to use everyone after she claimed DV, and everyone was just handing her money and trying to help her get her out of that situation, like, when the fuck do you get better?
Well, I'm not going to speak on that because I'm not going to discredit.
She's begging for weed money.
Well, I'm not going to discredit any situation that anyone may have been in. I'm not one to research and look into that. I'm good. I'm just going to put it like, if she did that. She's got to live with it. I got to live with the fact if I try to discredit it. That's awful. So,
Whimsical Pixie. has a problem with us.
Yes,
And
I did too.
so I didn't know that we were.
I had a problem with it too. That's why I said I'm not going to discredit it and moving the conversation forward. No matter how much I don't like somebody, I'm not going to discredit a situation like that. Yeah, it's the respectful thing to do. You can say about the pregnancy and all that, how she would make people feel bad is a better way to word it. She would present.
The blame, shame, and oh, can we get money for this? And I would never ask somebody for my gardening utensils or my smoke.
That's okay.
There's no way.
Some people will, and it's totally fine.
Well, no, it's not fine.
It is.
No, hold up.
Tell me why it's not fine.
'Cause you're a dry beggar.
Okay.
And I don't owe you your marijuana.
Okay. That's a fair point. I agree with that. But sometimes, maybe if somebody got $20 for a little bit of weed, that would make them feel better overall. And I'm not going to take that away from somebody.
And do you think that that's appropriate for you to pretend and have like the okay, fuck it, let's do it.
Let's not do it. Let me phrase this properly. We're not going to mention any kind of TV whatsoever. We're not going to mention anything at all. I know what she did.
He's a liar.
I'm going to phrase it in a way that's publicly digestible, easily, and that is she presented situations where she was the victim of anything where people would pity her and she would ask for money. Do I care?
He's a beggar.
I don't shame beggars.
Well, he never shamed Lisa. I'm not mad.
And I never will shame Lisa. I like Lisa.
Fuck you.
I do. I like Lisa. Like, I can sit back and say I like Lisa Richards genuinely. Like, do I like her actions that people like?
Okay, so ignorant people that are capable and are begging for money on go ahead about those.
Yeah, they can. They have every right to.
I'm talking about the friends you had.
They also had every right to. But it's their choice if they want to make the people that they got it from whole. And she chose to not. She chose to keep using. And then, you know what? You know what she gets back from that? She gets not having those people. And that, I don't think you could buy any kind of friendship that trouble would give you for any amount of money.
Don't say her name.
She sold herself. Enabler sold herself cheap. Because now she doesn't have him perfect. Now she doesn't have Amber. Now she doesn't have trouble. Now she doesn't have all those people that I would not sell them for any amount of money. That's her choice. I would rather have the people than the money. She would rather have the money than the people. Hey, that's how it is.
No, that's right.
We all make choices, and I'm definitely aware of choices that would make people move away or walk away, and I do not do those because I like the people. That's her fault, her choice.
People can be garbage, but some people aren't.
There's no shame in anybody asking anybody for money. And framing it that way, like beggars and all that, it makes people suffer. Because then they think, well, I'm going to get drug on TikTok if I need a little bit of help. But it's perfectly acceptable for friends within groups to ask each other for help.
Oh my God. But, well, let's be real, Florida man.
Okay.
You will drag anyone who is dirty as fuck.
So I will have an issue with something that's a moral issue. And then if that moral issue, there's no resolution to it, like, hey, it's not okay to do this to this person, then I will pick apart everything and I will show people what it's like to be treated like
Okay,
this.
so when it comes to like looking at your YouTube, then is there someone you don't want to support?
My
Or
YouTube,
this YouTube that you don't support? This YouTube that you don't support?
I don't support a lot of people,
So they, okay.
but I don't participate when I don't support. Like, I don't hate on people asking for money. I don't participate in their content. I don't watch them. I know I'm not going to give them any money. So why do I watch it? Do I frame it as I'm protecting people? No. That's self-righteous. I'm not self-righteous. If people want to get ripped off, they'll learn. Hey, I'm getting ripped off. I mean,
He's honest as fuck.
it's a waste of energy to bash people who are already down. Like, it's kind of disgusting. It's disgusting to shame people for, and it doesn't matter if they're using them. And it doesn't matter if they're using the money for one thing or the other. They're going to get it either way. The safety of the internet's there, so nobody gets hurt. So nobody has to do anything degrading. So nobody has to do anything that they wouldn't do normally. And when people put a bad light on that, they're shaming people for being poor. And I just can't shame people for being poor. If I scroll across the live that says I need $50 for a hotel, am I going to give them $50 for a hotel? If the answer is no, which is going to be no, I scroll on. And guess what? When you do that, that doesn't pop up on your algorithm anymore. So I don't come across people asking for money. I'm not even faced with that because TikTok knows this guy's a dick. He's not going to give him no money, so we're not going to show it to him. The next person comes along and gives them the money. Exactly. Putting that spotlight on them. We'll just say, for an example, like Cassidy asked. When she puts a spotlight on somebody who's asking for money, it draws more people to them. But they also make fun of them. Same with Smashley. You know, the negativity builds and it rises, and it shouldn't. Shouldn't shame people for asking for money, even if it's their job. It's none of my business. Well, I thought it got quiet. Look at how Petty treated people who were asking for money, and then look at how it turned out where Petty's making money. It's just hypocrisy.
Money. I need some money.
Me too, and that's okay. Petty's mods are okay. I don't have anything against Petty's mods. I don't think I've ever went after Petty's mods just because of Petty. Right, Nicole?
It's based off attention. I can never be mad at Florida Man because Florida Man always comes with receipts. I can't be mad at the man.
Well, sometimes my receipts are the insults, the memes,
Both of them.
the Kankle jokes. You know how fucking funny it was when I started making Kankle jokes, and then nobody knew where they were coming from. Then I showed his Kankles, and everybody was like, "Damn!" Now there's like 1,000 Kankle jokes that didn't exist before. The roaches, the Cheetos with Mallory, except Mallory's a good speaker of the Polydent displays, and made jokes about Queenie and needing her Polydent. I did not see the video of Andy. Would you mind sending that to me? The tassels. And the thing about the memes and shit and the jokes is everybody's involved. Anybody can make one if they want. And jokes that we can't roast each other, but I will. I'll definitely take a look at it. But people having a couple jokes made about him. I've had so many jokes made about me. Some of them are pretty funny. Some of them a little bit weak. Could have used more vile shock humor. But oh, she's gone again. Hopefully, people see beef from a different perspective of like, hey, you can move on from it. And the fact that you're not moving on from it is a little bit weird when you're definitely like perpetuating all of it and not even getting a response. But I'm still evil. I'm doing good. How are you? It's about that time of the live again where I have to repeat that the boxes are still open. Brooke, you can still take a box and explain your reasoning or whatever, or if you don't, it's okay. I'm not really worried about it. Just going to show that the ideas that people have might get warped for public attention. Hey, how are you? I'm good. Unfolding the lies. Are you another awareness page? This is anything but a safe space, but it is when constructive conversation can be had. Oh, that's where I know you're from.
Okay.
How have you been?
Good.
Oh no, unfolding the lies. I do know you. Yes.
All right, go hard, Florida man.
On.
Are you good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Do you have a different perception of how to look at beefs? Maybe like throw some positivity into it. Hate manifests more hate, and positivity gives you a little bit of hope to get out of it.
If we're talking about hope and positivity with Florida man, I think that nobody has ever looked at this man with kindness, and he has supporters and love in every direction. I don't think anyone has ever looked at him, especially the haters. The ones that hate him so much, they go to extremes to make him horrible. And I mean, I would like to say I'm a good person. Florida man's not bad. What?
I'll explain it to you. When I'm a little bit rowdy, when I'm talking shit, when I'm doing memes, when I'm, amping up everything, that information sticks out in people's minds more than the calm, collected, hey, have a conversation. I've been like this for a minute.
Well, I pretended I got flowers from you, and I've been harassed ever since.
Right. Morning, Barbie Marsh.
I'll never forget your birthday because of that.
Right. There's a lot of people who are good to me. I feel bad that I haven't messaged the vast majority of them forever now. But people, and you know what? That is my fault what they think about that, and I accept any like negativity they might have towards me. But those people I know wouldn't go to all out war. They would just be like, "Look, exactly like Moth said. I agree with her. You know, it can hurt people's feelings to not answer them for 2 months. I completely agree, and I own that, no matter the
I'm not
excuse."
I'm not going to war, but I'll come to bat.
And sometimes me going to bat is considered a fucking war crime. Okay, and not even because I'm like gross, but let me find something that bothers you, and I'm gonna make. Let me find something that bothers you, and I'm gonna make
Why did you
$1,000
say it
out
like
of
that?
it. Because people are fucking shook. Miss Sunshine, unhinged, most recently, losing their fucking mind. If I got involved, if I knew before they could like cartoon strip on my fucking page, and I don't think they'll ever recover mentally because it just hurts them so much.
Why'd you
Do
do
I?
that?
Because
It's
they're
all your
garbage.
fault, Florida man.
Yeah, I probably do. I know a lot of people.
That scares the living shit out of me.
Well, no, it's okay.
People are garbage. It kicked me.
It's a lot better than like 20 people said. But fuck them 20 people.
Now I was like, well, you went missing for a long time. And, you know, I got a baby daddy doing 20 years fed. And I was like, oh, God, what did he do? And when I found that out about you, even though people think that we really hooked up in real life and that never happened. And
People know that never happened, okay? Because
tell your girlfriend. Your pee-pee's giant.
it's not. That's propaganda that we're going to have to keep way in line. The shit is tattoos and Cadillacs level.
No, it was Valentine's Day. It was your fucking birthday.
It was that shit.
I've shared a picture of, and I have beautiful flowers, and I get them often. They were not from Florida man. I made a joke.
Okay, so the fact that like fucked somebody up, that's more on them.
And she crashed out.
Yeah, but at least she's not crashing out on me now that I know it. But I also haven't been watching.
She's gonna do it now.
I won't know.
It's live.
But I won't know.
Oh, ha ha ha.
I will not know if she's crashing out because I don't watch it. I don't know who's crashing out. That's probably why I'm so calm now. Except for last night. Last night I was purposefully like fucked up. But I felt just
why?
Huh?
Why?
Why? Oh.
Who are you?
Because I want it to be. It was to prove a point. And it was also Ashley in Malibu.
Oh, Mike, you wanted to crash out?
I wouldn't say it was a crash out. I was pretty calm and collected. Hey, come take a box because you did this. And they were like, oh my God, no. And I'll show you some key points from last night, which, you know, is it okay? Yes. I feel justified.
Not Matt. Should I have hiccups? Well, make good choices, Mike. Oh, God. See, don't make fun of girls.
I didn't make fun of her, actually. I just told her the truth.
What's the truth?
That her and Malibu were involved with the Muffin Man accounts with Stephanie.
Are they?
Yes, they are. I would like to have a conversation with them so they could, but they won't. It is what it is. I can't make them have a conversation. I can just show everybody the fact that Smashley, who says I will always get to a box with everybody, is not getting into a box with anybody. And Malibu, that innocent, boring one, is actually very malicious. It's dangerous. It is, because people throw off this fake fake persona to people, and then they just harm them.
Well, I never, okay, so I never saw Smash be, I'm sorry, hiccups. I never saw Smashley be weird like that. I've always seen her she's been support.
That is what people see overall, yeah. But there's been moments, and I have them, where she's been weird, but where stories have changed about it. Same with Malibu, stories have changed about it. The story will change again, because their tactic of sending somebody over to say he can get a box over here, the negativity don't work for me. It's got to be over here. It's fair. It's even. Everybody sees that I'm not going to just trash him. But they're going to say he refused to take a box, fuck him. It doesn't work that way. They're going to find all the audios they can. They've probably got people looking for them. So if you're looking for audios for Smashley of what they have said about Muffin Man, please do send them to her, so they can get their story 100% straight. Because even if they plan and plot and get their story 100% straight, even with all the audios that they could ever find, I will still be able to disprove you. So take your time. Get your lies together. They do not stand up to the truth.
You fuck with Whimsical Pixie?
I don't know who that is. But also, they probably don't want people to know who they are either. And Discord is there, but I don't really check it. Sorry about that. I will one day, eventually. I might look and see you there. But Discord is, I barely message anybody back. It's a little bit of an issue I've been having.
I appreciate you, Florida man. Honestly, if it wasn't for you, then I would have had a lot harder time. I'm gonna hiccup.
Positivity is good, and I think that's all. Positivity is good, and I think that's all some people need around them. I did message you back, Shady. When I catch you coming up top, if I catch you, I'll get it, and you just happen to be one of the people that I caught. Plus, our conversation is more like my style at the moment. Like, I like what we're talking about. So yeah, we agree on that topic.
No, I respect you, and there's no hate, and the fact that someone told me that I should hate you makes me love you more.
There's a ton of people out there that would rather preach hate, while I'm over here saying give everybody a chance. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean you won't.
Oh, it's not them. Well, I'd rather fight some of those people, and I just shut my mouth about the ones you don't like. I would rather tee off on some. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's not that I don't feel like beefing. I just don't feel like beefing with the same people. This is weird. Like, I already won. They continue to come back for more, That tells me I won. I don't need to respond. I've affected them so badly by them being wrong. I just
Well, I
gotta
still
let them
want
live.
the fucking tea on enabler.
I'm not gonna just like spread hate on her. Like, my opinion is
Fucking,
my opinion.
I don't even hate the bitch.
It's disappointing. She did everything she did 100% of the way. I'm not gonna lie about like the time, but I'm not gonna not express my disappointment with how she acted to people that I like and respect, and to me. That's it. If you have a conversation with her, you know the red flags. Like, I would
That woman will never have a conversation with me.
recommend having one. I would.
Ask her if she wants to talk to people or garbage. She will never do that.
I'm not in any place to message her. I will never be messaging her again. She can make it right with 100% of people.
Why the hell would I?
Either, are you willing to have a conversation with her?
No, I don't think.
Then you gotta move on from the topic. Because if you are continuously bringing this person up and unwilling to have a conversation, or even if, yeah, well, then that was your try. Do what I do. Hit the nuke button.
It was like 5 times I tried.
Well,
what about Polly? Why are they talking about Polly?
Because Polly's a positive. I do.
You do? All right. Yes. Let's talk about Polly.
See, when the enabler comes up, it's a very disappointing topic for a lot of people because she hurt a lot of people. But when Polly comes up, we can all look at it as...
No, Polly's ignorant ass tries to bring herself up whenever she's not relevant. She's not relevant. So let's go, Polly.
Hold on. So Polly's topic is, like, there's hope. Like, it shows hope that people can move on and
does she treat anybody else like that?
Or about anybody else? Her and her relationships with other people, that is her business. I don't.
So does she just ride forward? I'm sorry.
How many times have I asked you who you're friends with?
Never.
Never. Because your other friends, they're friends with.
It becomes different right now.
No, it don't become different.
Well, I'm allowed to ask.
Who I'm friends with?
The comments are allowed to. And why... You know what? I don't give a fuck about that bitch. I don't care.
A little bit of positivity. You know? We all know the mess. But do we all look at the situation that, like, everybody was in? Like, what pushes people to that?
To be honest with the people that she was communicating with, and be honest.
So
and I want to, like, I will not say shit, even though I know she's a lying ass bitch.
The thing about that is you start to derail progress when you start to demand. And people have to be real.
I would like, well, everything that she did kind of was, it was dirty. Everything she did to everyone that trusted her and loved her, she dug up dirty and was threatening to call ICE, and like, she did dirty shit. And I'm willing to forgive her actions if she would have that conversation.
So, do me a favor, please. Look at it from this way. Mm-hmm. You should not be willing to trade off any of that. Because the conversation's not about getting your way. The conversation's not about winning. It's not about losing. It's about settling. And if you go into the conversation with like, I'll trade this off for that, that is never going to work because you're never going to be able to work through all of your feelings about that. And it's important that you're able to go in and work through all of your feelings. So no trade-offs.
Okay. Do you want me to tell her to go beat her ass? I
But
mean,
no, that derails conversations.
So what's the goal?
When you demand stuff from people, it derails them. They don't want to do it. You give people proper time, and if they've done you dirty, understand. They know.
Okay, so will you talk to Polly and tell Polly we can do it behind closed doors? We can have private conversation.
That is something for you all to.
That's your friend.
But that's y'all's problem.
Yeah, it's your friend. You said to talk to her.
I can't abuse my position with people to try to get them to go into a situation that's possibly going to be bad. If I'm like, hey, go talk to these people, and then they're like, fuck you, Polly, fuck you, what does that do? What does that do?
I would.
Instead of doing that, you can have your feelings about Polly for sure, but there's no pressure anybody into doing anything. When she's ready, she will. If she's never ready, do know that, well, I guess your side of the story stands, huh?
My Tiny has been missing Polly.
I understand. Time. Yeah. Be patient with people. You got to give people space. Even if you feel like they're the ones that wronged you, there's a reason why. And they need Tiny. And they need to come to terms with the fact that maybe they did. Time and space. That's all it takes.
Tiny,
and I can't.
Tiny misses Polly.
I can't push anybody into a situation that, like, I know probably won't turn out good. But you also have to. You also have to yourself come to terms with, like.
With what?
What's going to derail the conversation? Like, if you get the opportunity to talk to her, is it going to be mean? Is it going to be fucked up? Because once you're insulting to somebody,
no, my Tiny has 2 words.
I understand. Then contact her.
You know that. You promised that.
Then contact her. Get the words out.
Who the fuck do I contact?
Exactly.
I'm not using my time, space, energy on that ignorant bitch.
If
I see her, I'm gonna let Tiny say it.
But you're wasting time, energy, and space talking about her now. So instead of talking about her, talk to her.
I shouldn't do it here.
Instead of talking about her, talk to her. Because nobody's going to change her mind.
I have no contact information for Polly, and Polly is manipulative as fuck. She lies. She only lies to everyone that she's ever had contact with. She doesn't really tell the truth to anyone, and she rage baits and she manipulates everyone that she's in contact with.
Okay, so I understand how you feel about that, but sometimes people need to disconnect to really reconnect to who they are and reconnect to what's right. Sometimes that disconnect can be good. Then when you disconnect, you surround yourself with a healthier, more positive outlook, and then you begin to really heal, because there is trauma involved in, like, people making those decisions. You got to give people the space and the respect to do so, even if you've been wrong.
Or maybe she's a fucking crackhead who pretended to die.
Well, there is reasons people do that, like, but you got to give people
I don't give her any respect. I'm sorry, I'll quit. There is no point in that, because she deserves no respect. That ignorant bitch lied about, and she told.
I have to mute you for a moment, okay? Because I cannot let you do that, because you're not understanding that the accountability is the path forward, and then when you continuously try to drag her back to what she was, you're just making no progress. You have to leave the road open for accountability. If she did you wrong, I understand, but be a bigger person. Let her have her space. Let her grow. Let her do her thing. And then,
so when she told me that she was gonna fake a really bad illness, and she wanted me to tell everyone else, uh I should just completely act
So
like that never happened and that she's a
this,
new person.
you have to give people the opportunity to change. Do you want Polly to be that person?
I don't give uh, what did you say?
Do you want Polly to be that person? You seem to not like her.
I don't want the fake bitch she portrayed.
Okay, so then you have to give her the space to grow, the space to accept and move on and
Oh
be
no,
accountable for
somebody
it.
needs to kick her in her goddamn fucking hip. Shit.
Well, that
Dumb
is
fuck.
more,
I gotta go.
that's more scammy clause type live right there.
Well, well, she can't treat me like that and my people like that. And if she can still walk,
Have an open mind and understand that
open mind to what?
my position on it is that people need the space to grow, to change. They need
Well,
to.
that was really fucked up when she
Hold on.
manipulated a lot of people.
Hey, remember when you were going on your first rant about Polly? I didn't interrupt you. I didn't try to stop you, but you keep interrupting me, and the message is getting lost. The message is getting lost in negativity because you keep interrupting with more negativity. So I would like to finish this and then get your opinion on what I said as a whole, if you don't mind. When you try to drag people back down to the person who they were, you don't like that person. Why do you want them to be that? You're telling them, hey, this is what gets you a response. Why not allow her to disconnect and then grow and then be a different person and then be a better person? I'm sitting here telling you that she is a better person now. Maybe because she disconnected. Maybe because she's not surrounding herself with toxic shit. And it's toxic stuff like that that makes people not want to grow. And it makes people don't want to change. When you're showed negative responses, you get a reward in your head. And it says, well, it's something. But then positivity, it takes a while to kick in. It takes a little bit longer to keep it going. There's nothing wrong with Polly. Was there something wrong with her actions? Yes, but why was she pushed to act that way? That's what you have to look at. And why is she being denied the chance to become better?
She swore up and down that the only reason for her actions was because you were obsessed with her tits.
Yes,
okay?
She said that.
No. Let me finish this.
I had a question though. Hey.
No, there were multiple servers.
Hey, I asked a question. That's a part of conversation. You can't just completely dismiss everything I just said and ignore my question and then continue right back to the negative shit. Please answer my question. Why is Polly not allowed the opportunity to change? Well, she was answering with, she did this though, she did that though. What she did, she did. But why is she not allowed the opportunity to change? I muted you. You can unmute, but just answer the question. Why is she not allowed the opportunity to change? Negativity. Here's the thing. When I ask, why is she not allowed to have the opportunity for change? It's a tough question to answer, because why is anyone not allowed to have it? But if it's because she did you wrong, well, don't you want to give that person that did you wrong the opportunity to change, to see how they did you wrong and genuinely make it right? If you force somebody when they're not ready to make it right, well, you're not going to get anything genuine. But I'm also not going to let people be negative about people either. Like, you can get your feelings out about people, but when we're moving on from the negativity part, we stick to a topic. We work through that topic. And then if it's something else negative, there you go. But all it's been is the same over and over and over with no progress. It's just back to, she said this about you. She did this. Okay, let's work through one of those problems before we throw them all out there. We can't solve every single problem in one question. You got to break it down into bite-sized pieces, just like I was saying earlier. Bite-sized pieces, one issue. 2 issues, there you go. Next one. And it all boils down to, why is she not allowed the opportunity to change? I think we all are. Right, Boo. I agree. When one party lies, it is hard to work through problems. That's why the Polly that was so hard to work through problems, but I worked through problems with her in a genuine way to where we're good, but she has to be able to do that with everybody. Opportunity for change has to happen. It will sink in. Hard, yeah. Not impossible, though.
I'm done. Have a good day. I think your stance is against my entire everything I stand for. So
I can respect that.
No, I'm not mad at you. I was muted. So
Well, hear me out. You were muted because we weren't working through the issue.
well, what's the fucking issue?
Well, that's the conversation back and forth. You said what you said, and then I responded with the question.
With what?
Why does she not deserve the opportunity for change?
Sorry for her luck, and she did her damage. Move forward. Next.
Well, moving forward requires change, and you
Move forward.
are obviously hurt about it. So giving her the opportunity to change will give her the opportunity to see that.
Who?
Anybody.
Okay, well, go run. Find that. I've got like 5 messages about how nothing. Move forward. I'm not mad at you, Mike. Nothing but love.
I appreciate that.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Boop, I did think he could change. But I was proven wrong.
Did you think tattoos could change?
I did, yeah.
No, he was fucking all like, he's fucking dick riding Polly and shit.
Well, what made me realize
Am I right?
What made me realize that he couldn't change is, as I gave him an opportunity to change, you came out and you said what you said, and he fucked you over like that. But you're not anything he ever talked about. He hid that, and he's embarrassed about how he treated you and what he did. And to me, well, if you're gonna change, you've got to start being honest. And I can say Polly's done that with me, with a couple other people.
No, Polly, you ride Polly's fucking vagina.
I don't really talk about Polly.
Then why the fuck are we even having that conversation?
Because you were negative about Polly, and I am not gonna lie.
I said it. Polly's a weak ass bitch, a weak-kneed bitch.
But I'm not gonna change my opinion just because the people in the boxes are negative towards it. I'm gonna be honest about my opinion about anybody. If I'm good with them, I can't sit here and then not advocate for them when I've seen change with them.
Well, you didn't. I'm not even gonna ask why you didn't advocate for me, but go hard for whatever.
I did advocate for it.
Go hard.
I 100% did advocate for it. Ask anybody. I was 110%.
No, it's fine. Move forward.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is getting anywhere. I think you're getting a little mad.
No, it was about... I don't know. What was it?
Exactly. She does have a right to be mad, but the conversation is not about changing her mind immediately. I don't expect her to change her mind immediately. She will go to sleep. She will think about it, and if she absorbs anything from it and puts it to use, wonderful. If not, it was worth having a conversation.
Well, I mean, I'm not mad. There's been so much that's gone on between, I mean, server to server and like live to live, and someone just trying to live.
Yep. And I think everybody deserves to try to live, honestly. Moving on and like being patient and like understanding that sometimes people don't know how to communicate is fine. But sometimes they need time.
Well, it's fine. I mean, if you need time.
Well, no, I'm not going to I don't need time to be negative about Polly. If Polly and I fought, it wouldn't be public.
Well, I don't feel like that's something that we should talk about on a live right now.
That's fine.
If you want to talk about that, that's something we can do in a different place. And
here's the thing. I know our opinions differ about that person, so I'm not going to bring that person up. But if you bring
you can bring Polly up. I probably know more about Polly than you do, and that's sad as fuck.
Well, my thing is my perception of the person now has changed. I've been able to let go of everything and fully move forward. And if anybody brings her up in a negative way, I would have to give my honest opinion of what I think about her now and not use anything in the past to influence my decision now.
I will still call her a bitch, and if she wants to have a private conversation, she can do that.
You can, but also that's a good way to derail it and make people mad. And like, you see, if you were looking at both sides of the conversation and you're seeing me be positive about it and you be negative about it, who are you going to want to talk to more? The person that's like, hey, try to understand.
I already called her a bitch.
And like with that kind of mindset, like
she has my phone number. She has contact information. If she wants to call you, and on her backup phone, she has my other, like my iPad. Polly has always had that. Polly has always had that. So it's not an issue of Polly not having access to people that care about her.
Yes, Polly, I'll tell you what it is.
Polly is all... Hold up. May I?
No, I have to answer that. And I'm going to answer it in a way that you might understand. Would you call somebody who was live negative about you and would not even accept the slightest bit?
I don't do that to her.
Perception? You do. You just did it today. The slightest bit of looking at it from a different opinion. When someone's saying, hey, I know Polly did, but I was different opinion. When someone's saying, hey, I know Polly did, but I was able to move forward and not use anything.
The fact that I've done that and had private conversations with her and said this is going to be... No, well, you don't know what I know, so I'm not doing this on a live. I don't feel like it's appropriate. I don't feel like it's appropriate.
So, if you've tried 5 times and sometimes then if you give up, it's a lot easier to not be negative. I'm just saying. Negativity fucking changes the whole mood of everything. And when I'm sitting over here saying, hey, I mean, this is my opinion, but you can have yours, but you are not even
doing that.
Yeah, but you're not even accepting anything. It's always, hey, move forward. And then it's like, but this. And we've heard that like 6 or 7 times already tonight. Like, we understand it. Would you like to unpack one of the issues, or would you like to keep just...
Which issue? Which one do you want?
I don't know, because it's the choice to get resolution is not continuous. The choice to get resolution is not continuous.
I have 5.
Okay. The choice of resolution is not continuously repeating your 5.
Okay, then let's shut it down right now and I won't continue.
That works. You have a good night.
Cool.
Okay. So that conversation did not go bad, no matter what anyone might think. She is a reasonable person, and I don't want anybody to look at her any differently at all. It's all good. It came off a little rough, but it's all good. It came off a little rough, but she is hurt by that person, and it'll work out. No, I'm not wasting my time. Ag is good. It's just situations. We want resolution, but we're not quite sure how to approach it. But I can tell you for sure, the way to not approach it is to continuously bash people. Like, I'm sitting here saying I'm willing to talk to Queenie, but I'm not bashing her relentlessly. I'm not being mean about it, because how am I going to want resolution if I'm still bashing them? It's okay. I'll have a conversation with anybody, and sometimes it goes like that. It's not always. It doesn't always look good. The conversations sometimes look like they don't work, but they do. They do. It takes time. Next conversation will be a little less, and then a little less, and then a little less, and then eventually they're like, okay, we'll meet in a common middle. Like, you can be very skeptical, but the positivity moving into it is what makes it work. And I know it's old, but I'm also not gonna discount how she feels. I get it, but if we want resolution, we got to really go into that mind state of wanting to get it with positivity and being understanding that situations push people. And sometimes you got to come to terms with people ain't meant for everybody. But I also people are garbage too. I'm not gonna let we can't let a disagreement like that change our opinion on the person as a whole, because I don't want nobody to look at her different or not like her. That's how this goes sometimes. People are allowed to be firm in their opinion. That's where the conversation kind of, you think about it. You're not going to get hate. You're fine. Exactly. It's an agree to disagree. When people talk, we can't expect one another to immediately do everything we say. I don't even expect you to give the amount of grace that I have. But it's about, if you really want a resolution, it's about walking into it with some positivity. You can have your reservations, 100%. Yeah, you're allowed to hold the emotions, for sure. Yeah, you're allowed to hold the emotions, for sure. And everybody's allowed to hold those emotions for people that have done stuff to them. I still do for some people, for sure. And I still do for some people that I know there will never be a resolution, and it's hard to do. Yep, Nicole, not even do as I say, but truly listen to what I have to say. Because I listen 100% to what you have to say back until it repeats. But sometimes participants need a break, and maybe that was just time for a break. And I'm so positive about everybody yet. I'm like, I'll never give tattoos and Cadillacs a chance. I won't. You know, he can go away. He can get out of my space. Some people you shut the door on. I've shut the door on him. If he comes into my space, I will roast him. And if he doesn't come into my space, then he won't know that I'm roasting him. It's a win-win. It is funny. But it's very true. It's a good test to see if people that you don't want around are around. Hey, Super, how are you? Good morning. So when people say that they're going to get hate, it's a tactic that people use to try to isolate people. They're like, don't talk to this person, or we're gonna bully you. And it's a way that people stop information that they don't want getting out out. Like, don't listen. Like Petty, I'm gonna block you if you fuck with Florida man. He didn't want me to tell everybody what I knew. Try to hide. And people struggle with it because they have been attacked for associating with people. People have been attacked for associating with me. That's why I stand so firmly against doing that. But that is an example of how, like, a conversation with Queenie can go. No, there doesn't have to be like any resolution today. But the first conversation done, she can get mad. I can get mad. We can end the conversation, but we can have another one. Either or, you know. One conversation doesn't define the whole process. Well, when you say this is an app, it technically is an app. But there are several people out there with social disorders. I know several of them. And this is their form of communication. People who can't go outside and meet people, socially awkward people, people who get anxiety, people who get anxiety when they go outside. You know, there's disorders and stuff that prevent people from going out and socializing. And then just this is just an app, really hits them in a way where it diminishes their form of socialization. So as it is an app, communication is healthy either way, whether it's through an app or in person. Good morning, Payroll. Some are. And this is also my way of being like, what's with all the hate? Because everybody's just running around wild. Yeah, I talk about some stuff, but it's true. Why is the truth hurt when we could have a conversation about it? Why does it always need to be exciting? Last night, exciting. Not exciting in a way like good, but exciting in a way like really stimulating negative content. Where the next day doesn't have to be the same thing. It's a good lesson to everybody. It's a good lesson to everybody who uses anger to get numbers. Right, bitchy witch. Some people are afraid to admit the truth to others and themselves. But when you're able to be honest with everybody and yourself, you feel so much better. Hopefully they realize that. Hopefully they see, like, I'm not angry all the time. I'm live. I'm not poking at people in a malicious way all the time. I will sometimes, because it's okay to do it sometimes, but there's got to be resolution. And if you do it for the resolution, well, that's fine. But you're also got to show people that you're able to have a conversation. And even if you're unable to have a conversation, try. Just because you might not like me doesn't mean that you shouldn't be like, hey, let me try. They are wild. But it is what it is. People will never stop lying until they stop getting rewarded for lying. And the reward for lying is likes, gifts, attention. It spikes up and then goes down. And then when you're consistently, same tone, calm, positive, you start to see the example. You start to see the example of the slow growth that you get from being positive. As if I were to tell somebody to go fuck themselves, I would have 250 viewers. But by the end of that live, I would be down to, 100. Well, earlier in this live, there were 79 people in here, as said by the person in the chat. Now, if you look up, there's 129. So the live's gone on for a significant amount of time, and it has grown slowly but steadily. And that is what people need to understand. It's not always about the spike up. Slow, steady growth is good. It's hard to learn how to ignore people, especially when they're like saying some wild ass shit. But then it becomes easy once you realize that what they're saying, what are they saying it for? What are they saying it for? Is it because they want to make you like lower than them? Is it about somebody else? Because if it's not about you, you won't know the truth. If it's about somebody else, right, Nicole? I will be the TikTok psychology guy that never gets a box with people that he has an issue with, because it's about hearing each other and being able to take time to process it. And by also being honest. You can't discount your whole interaction with somebody over a fallout. Too many people enjoy one another's company, and then they have a fallout, and then it seems like it's all negative. Remember that you did have positive times with the persons you were friends with, and that will help you not want to go to war and just keep talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. It'll give you a little bit of peace instead of always feeding into the negativity and then letting it continue to drag you down. That is right, bitchy witch. People try to silence people who are telling the truth, and they use their reaction, and then it just spirals into negativity. So the first piece of negativity is the lie, and then it's up to you whether you want to contribute to the lie, contribute to the negativity by responding to the lie, or if you want to keep putting the positivity out and continue if they're just gonna lie anyways, why not just be a dick? I used to do that. I still do sometimes. But you wear people down who lie. It's like their brain cannot take the weight of knowing that you're not going to fall for it. You're not going to feed into the negativity, and you're going to continue to be emotionally level. You're not going to want to do the things that they do. Because even though last night was a spike and everybody's like, this night was a spike and everybody's like, this is more intense than it's been the past couple of days. That's not healthy every day. It's healthy some days because, the ups and downs are good, but they're good in moderation, not 100% moderation, not 100% of the time. Everything's exciting. You have to have some days where everything's calm so you can really appreciate the ups. So if there's too much up, that calm, steady becomes boring. You can consume content that's calm, steady, informative, logical, and still have your ups, but still be perfectly satisfied with something that is not up. It's like an addiction. Exactly, Nicole. And I truly do believe that the vets are addicted to the ups, to the excitement, to the rush that they get from, being able to feed into it. And if anybody's streaming my calm, boring lives, anything they say that's negative about it, that's going to come off as not true because they're not getting a response. Right. That's actually very true. Oop. You can't have ups without a down. And I see that a lot of people are trying to remain up, and it becomes toxic. All the additional lies, which pushes people to go further, and additional lies, which pushes people to go further and more extreme and do more negativity. Because just being a normal dick isn't enough anymore. You have to be an extra dick. And then you have to be an extraordinary dick. Then you just have to go to levels of the ordinary dick. Then you just have to go to levels that you didn't know were possible just to get that up. Yeah, I've fallen into it 100%. And no doubt about that. I fell into it for a while. I have been having lives like this for what, like 5-6 days. Yeah, probably that is what it is. But there's other reasons too. They're made up to silence people. They're made up to just push people to want to be quiet. There's a lot of reasons to it, but a big contributing factor to people like doing these sensationalized, like over the top, people being like, "Oh my God, poor you." And just like the last conversation might have got a little intense, still try to reel it in. And still don't hate the person if you don't agree with them. And advocate for your people to not look at that person differently. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, nobody should look at anybody differently for any way that they communicate, because it's still their right to communicate that way, and we don't know where they're at. But and I like how there was no hate in the chat, really, at all. That was nice. At all. That was nice. How in like anyone else's live, if stuff looked like it derailed, it would be like constant hate in the chat. And that's what people are afraid of. And I think that's why people are afraid to have a conversation. If they look bad, people not to bash her for it either, because she tried. And she can try again. Have a good day, Pearly. Oh, thank you. It's good practice too, because if you can control your emotions and stay within your beliefs, but not be mean to the other person, and know when to like properly shut it down and like be like, hey, out of control. It's not out of control because they didn't have a right to take it out of control. They got to thinking about a hurtful experience, and they have a right to, but we got to reel it in so we're not like pushing too much negativity. That's a good way to do it, I think. And don't judge people by who they sit with or who they talk to or whose live they're in. That's just weird. I have been on for a while, Jessica. And it's also respectful to the people who are asleep in your live, because when we get loud, we're probably going to wake them up. Right, boo. But it is 6:15. I got some shit to do here in like 45 minutes. I will be on later. You guys have a good day. And tonight I'll probably be on, and it will probably be calm too. Advocating for conversations with people who have issues, who are either crashing out or just whatever is stopping them. They should really just think about it. They should listen to the live. They should see how the conversation went with people are garbage. They should not judge that conversation negatively because it was very positive, because she gave it an attempt. I gave it an attempt. And nobody can say it was bad because it happened. And it's a positive thing that the conversation happened. And I don't want anybody to look at it as a negative thing. We go from there and process it all. But have a good day.